Fall is here. It is the 6th day of October. But where are all our little playmates? Where are Donzie and Filzy and Mary and Dennis and Jackie Boy? Ah, me, they're still asleep. For 15 weeks, they have been in the arms of Morpheus. Wake up. Wake up, little playmates. Alas, they do not heed my summons. However, we must get them up. But how? How can we awaken our master of ceremonies? How can we arouse Jackie Boy?
Drop a quarter.
You're asleep.
Alas, my efforts are unavailing. If only someone with magic powers would assist me. But who? Who will it be?
I'll help you, kid. With my magic wand, I will awaken them.
You will awaken them? Who are you?
I am the Blue Fairy.
Then you must hurry, O Blue Fairy. Wake them all and do not tarry.
Fear not, my friend, I'll fly away. All of me, and that ain't hay. Well, here I go.
Goodbye, Blue Fairy.
So long, kid. Ah, here is Donzie. Wake up, Don Wilson, you big lug. It's time we heard a Jell-O plug.
Oh, thanks, Blue Fairy. I heed your call. Hand me my girdle from off the wall.
Here you are. And here is little Dennis. Oh, Dennis, say, jump out of bed. On your feet, not on your head.
Oh, I'm tired.
Dennis, wake up and get dressed.
But gee whiz, Ma, I'm sleepy.
Dennis, say you get right over to the studio. Mr. Benny will be furious if you're late.
Okay. Do I have to wash behind my ears?
What for? He doesn't.
That's a lie. That woman better watch out.
And here is our curly-headed maestro. Oh, little Phil Harris, come blow your horn. The cows in the meadow, the sheep in the corn.
Corn?
That got him.
Who are you, babe?
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, come on in.
This is a fantasy.
And here is Mary Livingston, sound asleep in the land of Nod. But I, the Blue Fairy, will awaken her.
Some fairy. She couldn't fly with 3 motors.
Mary, don't spoil the illusion.
This is a fine way to start our first program.
Can you think of something better?
Anything.
Oh. Go ahead, Fairy, and wake her up.
When is she going to wake up the audience?
Never mind. Get going, Fairy.
Oh, Mary Liv, it's time you woke and told us all a funny joke. So open your eyes and don't be drowsy.
Oh, boy, what a lead.
Give me that one.
Out.
All right, now wake me up.
Jack Benny snores so rich and deep. For 15 weeks he's been asleep. But now he must awake, you know, and run his good old Jell-O show. Awake, awake, awake! The sun is peeping over hill and birds are forsake thy slumber. Wake up, Jack Benny, wake up. Alas, he still sleeps. Will he ever arouse from his slumber? Will he ever wake up?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, will he ever wake up? I don't know. Hey, Bill, will he ever wake up? I don't know. Hey, Sam! Never mind, I'm up! My goodness!
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, I bring you a man who returns to the air, fresh as a daisy, gay as a daffodil, modest as a violet, and rugged as a sweet pea, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is your favorite flower talking. And Don, before we go any further, what did you think of that novel opening to our first program? You know, where we're all supposed to be asleep for 15 weeks. Wasn't that whimsical?
It certainly was, Jack.
And clever, too. You know, I wrote and produced it myself. Did you like the idea of the Blue Fairy?
Yes, that was novel. Who is she, anyway?
Well, I don't know her name, Don, but she came to us through the courtesy of the Great Lakes Dredge and Dock Company. Her freight bill was something awful in there. Well, anyway, Don, here we are starting our 7th season for Jell-O. For 7 years, you and I and our little gang have been with the same sponsor.
Yes, sir. 7 years on one job.
You know, Don, we're either loyal or in a rut. But who knows, we might be with the same sponsor 7 more years. Or 10. Or 20.
If he ever tunes in on us, we're cooked.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary. Hello. How are you?
Well, did you hear that ovation, Mary? Applause, cheers, whistles. I can't understand it.
I can.
Same modest, unassuming little girl, huh? Fine thing for you to say.
Aw, Jack, who are you kidding? Every actor loves applause, and you know it.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Mary's right, Jack. There's a certain amount of ego in every one of us.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I was in vaudeville for a good many years, and my only thought was to entertain. Applause meant absolutely nothing to me.
Oh, no? Tell him about the time you're going to kill yourself in Toledo.
Well, even the ushers didn't applaud there. Besides, I had no intention of killing myself.
Then what were you doing with that rope in your dressing room?
I hung my laundry on it. Now, let's not start our first program by being personal. Let's talk about something else. What'd you do this summer, Mary?
I was asleep till that dredge woke me up.
Now, cut that out. You're not supposed to take that literally. It was just a delightful fantasy.
Why, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself writing a corny thing like that.
Who said I wrote it?
You did.
Oh. Well, as long as I'm trapped, I wrote the music, too. Anyway, it was a very novel opening for our first program, and I'm proud of it.
Proud of it? Why, it didn't even make sense.
Oh, it didn't, eh? Well, they said the same thing about A Midsummer Night's Dream. And look how successful that was.
Yeah, I hear Shakespeare just built a home in Brentwood.
That's Abe Shakespeare from Universal. Anyway, Mary, you don't appreciate how hard it is to get new ideas and things. You know, Don, I sat up night after night working on an idea.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Here comes Sierra Sue.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, folks. Here's the man you've been waiting for. Get them hands out of your pockets. Well, Phil, hello.
Oh, sure. He would ask for it.
I appreciate that, folks. You know, applause is food for an actor, so thanks for the lunch. Ha ha, that's a Lulu.
Well, you didn't disappoint us, Phil. You came right back the way you left. Not a kernel missing. Well, Phil, I hear you had another successful tour this summer on those one-night stands.
Yes, sir. We covered about 16,000 miles, one town after another.
Boy, that's what I call a tough grind. I wouldn't go through that for all the money in the world.
What?
You heard me. I don't know how that guy does it. Phil, why do you only stay one night in a town and then move on?
Love 'em and leave 'em. That's my motto.
I know. I saw it tattooed on your chest. You know, Phil, you ought to take a vacation in the summer instead of working and traveling around the country. Look at those bags under your eyes.
Oh, they're not so big.
I like to have them full of radium, that's all. Grub.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I look all right, and so do my boys. Why don't you say something about the new suits they're wearing?
Well, I've got to admit, they're all spruced up today. I noticed another thing. They smell so sweet.
Why, sure. They all got perfume on.
Perfume, eh? That's all right.
You'll never replace the old-fashioned bathtub.
Never mind. With them, I'll settle for anything. But at that, Phil, I must compliment you on the way
Say,
that...
Jack.
What?
Here comes Baby Dumpling.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, everybody.
Well, hello, Benny.
Well.
Gee, was all that applause for me?
Yes, sir, Dennis. Every bit of it. The people are glad to see you back again.
Then I ought to get more dough.
Sit down, you money-mad ham. It's a fine entrance you made, Dennis. The first crack out of the box, you want more money. You know, this is only your second year in show business, and if you ask me, you're doing all right.
Well, Kenny Baker's got a yacht.
Never mind Kenny Baker. And at least. More money, more money. Let me tell you a little story, Dennis. Something you ought to know and think about. When I was a kid your age, life wasn't as easy for me as it is for you. Well, I used to walk around the streets of Waukegan selling newspapers. I was hungry. Yes, and I was barefoot.
I bet it was snowing, too.
You said it. Why, Dennis, when I used to come home at night after tramping the streets all day selling those papers, my little feet were swollen and bleeding.
Where'd you get the blood?
I had it then. But I was happy, Dennis. Happy because I was struggling to achieve success, slow but sure. And that's why you should be happy, too.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. Maybe I ought to take a cut.
A cut?
Look at his ears go up.
They didn't budge. Now, listen, Mary, I wasn't going to mention it because I wanted to be a surprise to the whole gang. But when you each get your check tomorrow, you'll find a raise. A substantial increase.
I don't believe it, but say it again.
Well, don't act so surprised. I gave you all a raise last year, didn't I?
Sure, but right afterwards you sold a stock in your ostrich farm.
My ostrich farm? What's wrong with that? They lay eggs every day of the week.
And on Sunday, you take over.
Mary, May Company. Now, Dennis, if you can forget about Kenny Baker's yacht long enough, how about singing a song for us?
Okay.
Go ahead, Dennis. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pardon me, are you Jack Benny?
Yes.
My name is Gross. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, no, I'm never too busy for an interview.
Well, first of all, what are your plans on the radio this year?
Oh, I don't know. We're going to keep about the same formula and style as in the past. Yet we hope to be topical and keep up with the time.
I see. And are you planning any out-of-town trips during the season?
Well, we'll stay here in Hollywood until the middle of December, and then we'll probably go to New York for a month.
A month, eh?
Yes.
That'll bring you back about the
The middle of January.
I see. And, are you going to close up your house in Beverly Hills while you're away?
Yes, I intend to. Yes.
Well, I think that about covers everything. Thanks very much, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, what paper are you with?
None. I'm a burglar. Goodbye.
Hey, come back here. Well, of all the nerve. Sing, Dennis.
Oh, Jack.
What?
You better take your mattress to the bank tomorrow.
I will, don't worry. That was When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano, sung by Dennis Day, and accompanied by Phil, I'll Play Any Town Under 2000 Harris. And Dennis, that was really a beautiful number.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And I love the thought, When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano. You know, Don, I'm going to do a lot of that stuff this coming season, write fantasies, all kinds of sketches and things.
It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Oh, I don't mind. In fact, I get a kick out of it.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of all this writing all of a sudden?
Last Tuesday, he found a fountain pen.
That has nothing to do with my talent. Say, Don.
I suppose if he found a canoe, you'd want to be an Indian guide.
Silly, me, an Indian guide. Say, Don.
A couple of feathers in your hair wouldn't hurt.
All right, forget it. I found a fountain pen on Sunset Boulevard. I put an ad in the paper. Nobody claimed it. So it's mine.
What paper did you put the ad in?
In the Louisville Courier-Journal. It ran 3 days. Now, Don.
Gee, does Sunset Boulevard go that far?
Get a map and don't annoy me. Now, Don, if I can get a word in edgewise here, we're almost through with this first program, aren't we?
Just about, Jack. All we have left is Phil's number, and that'll about wind up the show.
Well, then, look, I'm going to run along. You see, Rochester's downstairs waiting for me in the car, and I've got to rush home. You see, I'm writing an article for the Saturday Evening Post, and I want to get it off tonight.
You must have found a bottle of ink, too.
Yes, and some stationery and stamps and everything. Is it okay, Don?
Sure, go right ahead, Jack. I'll take care of everything.
All right. Well, so long, Don. So long, fellas. See you next Sunday.
Goodbye, Jack.
Jack.
Take
So long,
care of
Jack.
yourself.
See you next week.
Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going.
Okay, Don. Hit it, boys.
Rochester, watch out. You don't honk at red lights. You stop for them.
Well, our brake's in a delicate condition.
And then you can shut off the motor.
Boys, if I shut off this motor, even the Blue Fairy couldn't start it.
Just watch your driving, that's all.
Okay. I sure liked your program tonight, boys.
You did? Well, that's good. Which gag did you like the best?
The one about you giving everybody a raise. That was a good one.
It wasn't any joke, Rochester. I'm giving the whole cast more money this year.
You are?
Yes.
Well, boss, has my status quo been affected by this bolt from the blue?
What do you mean?
In other words, when I get my check tomorrow, am I going to be grinning or groaning?
Now, Rochester, let's get this straightened out right now. When I say I'm giving a raise, I mean I'm giving an increase to my associates on the radio.
Uh-huh.
You see, you're connected with me in a private capacity. That is, you're in a domestic category.
Uh-huh.
So in a nutshell, Rochester, I regard you as just a butler, not an actor.
Just a butler?
Yes.
Boss, did you see our last picture?
Don't change the subject. Anyway, Rochester, I can't see where you have any cause for complaint. You're doing all right.
Bill Robinson's got a yacht.
I don't care what Bill Robinson's got. And if you're not careful, you're liable to be first mate on it. Never saw anybody in my life that complains about... Hey, wait a minute. Rochester, stop the car.
What's the matter, boss?
Quick, stop the car. Pardon me, miss. Are you going toward Beverly Hills? I said, are you going toward Beverly Hills? Drive on, Roger. Oh, well. Stop laughing. We're not home yet.
You'll never give up, will you, boys?
Never mind. And getting back to the salary you're so dissatisfied with, let me tell you a little story, Rochester. When I was a kid in Waukegan, I used to walk around the streets selling newspapers. I was hungry. And yes, I was barefoot, too. But I was happy. I didn't mind struggling because I knew that someday all my...
Be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Phil,
Yeah, Mary.
how about taking me over to the Wilshire Bowl tonight?
I'm taking the Blue Ferry.
Oh, that's right. There wouldn't be room for both of us. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who returned to the air last Sunday, happy as a June bride and just as nervous, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I appreciate the fact that you tried to start the program with a laugh and almost succeeded. But I wasn't the least bit nervous last Sunday, not the slightest.
Why, Jack, what are you talking about? You were shaking like a leaf.
Now, listen, Don, you should be the last one in the world to talk about me being shaky. Why, all during the program, your chins were doing the La Conga. And the one in the middle was out of step. So there.
But just the same, I wasn't as jittery as you were.
Don, let me explain the difference between being jittery and high-strung. For instance, you take a good bird dog when he's all keyed up and ready to go. He's not nervous, but he stands there, his whole body quivering, ready to spring into action. And that's the way I was, Don. Just like a bird dog.
I see.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Rover. Take that quail out of your mouth.
Mary, I was only making a comparison, that's all. I was explaining to Don that I wasn't nervous last week. I was just high-strung, like anybody who wants to give a good performance.
He's right, Don. Did you ever see a football player before a big game? Or a fighter before he goes into the ring?
Why, of course.
Did you ever see Helen Hayes before she steps out on the stage?
Certainly.
Did you ever see Jack in a bathing suit?
What's that got to do? We were talking about nervousness. You ring in my bathing suit. Where's the connection?
It needs a new belt.
All right, so it needs a new belt. Now, Mary, if you can quit punching them out for a minute. Let's be thankful that the first show went over so well. You know, Don, I read some swell reviews on the fantasy I wrote. You know, where the Blue Fairy woke us all up. Ed Sullivan raved about it.
He did?
Yes, and that's a critic's opinion. He said that, well, I got the review right here with me. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, stop drooling.
Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Listen to this. The Jell-O program opened its, Wilson, Harris, Livingston, while Jack Benny,
The Waukegan Weasel.
married. While Jack Benny not only appeared in the show, but wrote and produced the fantasy of the Blue Fairy, which, in the opinion of this reviewer, was unquestionably puerile and banal.
It was what?
Puerile and banal. I'm not making it up, Don. It's right here in black and white.
But, Jack, puerile means childish, infantile.
Well, of course. I wrote it for the kiddies.
And banal mean what's happened to the kitty shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Yes, Jack, banal means hackneyed or trite. You know, old-fashioned stuff.
Oh. Gee, I can't understand it. Those words look so good. Oh, well, our listeners liked it. That's all I care about.
They certainly did, Jack. In fact, I brought a clipping along I thought you might not have seen, and it's very complimentary.
It is?
I'll read it to you later.
Read it now when I need it. Go ahead.
Okay, here it is. Our Sunday evenings at home will be much more pleasant now that Jack Benny is back on the air.
Well, what paper is that in, Don?
The Alcatraz Herald.
Well, Don, that seems to be the consensus of opinion. Mary, did you see any reviews on our first broadcast?
No, but I went to Fifi's beauty parlor yesterday, and the girls there just raved about it.
At Fifi's, huh?
They thought everything I said was so cute.
Well, sure, you're a good customer at that beauty parlor. They talk about anyone else on the program?
Just Phil. He goes there, too.
I know. And what burns me up, he goes around telling everybody that his hair is naturally curly. It's really as straight as a string. I've seen him in the morning, you know. Oh, here he is now. Hello, handsome.
Well, here I am, folks. Lay down them cards and turn up the dials.
Boy, what a Smithfield. Phil, what makes you think that this program never gets started until you come on? We've been doing all right.
Yeah, but you guys don't get them belly laughs, them socceroos, them bipolas.
Oh, you and your bipolas. By the way, Phil, did you hear anything about our first broadcast?
Well, at Fifi's, they said that
We
I was
heard
on-
about that. Did you see any reviews in the paper?
Yeah, I saw one write-up in the Butcher's Gazette.
The Butcher's Gazette, eh? Did they like the show?
Yeah, they said it was very cleaver. How's that, folks? Hair is clicked again. I'm rolling now.
Phil, what was that supposed to be, a bipolar or a socceroo?
Well, when they stop laughing, I can't tell yet.
Oh, that's right. Now, Phil, you might have a few more Butcher Gazette gags up your sleeve, but I think it's about time for a number. How about playing something?
Okay, Jackson.
Say, Jack, what about that idea of yours?
What idea? Oh, yes. Phil, I've got a great suggestion for something new this season.
What is it?
Well, inasmuch as we try to inject something different into our show, I thought it would be a novelty if I played violin with your band once in a while. What do you say?
Over my beautiful dead body.
Now, wait a minute. This program needs new talent, and I can take the place of one of your violinists. That little guy there on the end.
But, Jackson, I got a perfect arrangement of this next number, and one bad note is liable to spoil the whole thing.
Phil, a bad note in one of your arrangements is like throwing a rose into a barrel of Roquefort. So make way in that fiddle section. I'm going to town.
Oh, Jack, why don't you let well enough alone?
I know what I'm doing, Mary. Come on, Shorty, let me have your violin. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Goes under your chin.
I know where it goes. Don't worry. Wait till I tune up, Phil.
That cat ain't dead yet.
Phil, stop with that stuff, will you? No kidding. I wish you wouldn't be so puerile and banal.
Puerile and banal? What's that?
A dance team. Puerile and banal, the aristocrats of rhythm. They're a sensation.
Well, send them out to bowl. I'll give them a job.
Oh, fine. What a mentality. Phil, you know, you ought to take up pressing flowers so you'd buy a dictionary.
Look who's talking. You didn't know what puerile and banal meant yourself.
I knew they were words. I didn't think they were people. All right, Phil, I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, I guess we got to do it, boys. You know how scarce jobs are.
Wow. That was Get the Moon Out of Your Eyes, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, with violin hot licks by Sizzle Strings Benny. I guess that was bad, eh?
I'd like to be able to guess like that at Santa Anita.
Mary, you take my word for it. It was very good. Say, Phil, I think I'll come out the Wilshire Bowl and play with your orchestra tonight.
You do, and I'll slap that cover charge on you.
I'll pick up more than that in quarters.
Hey, speaking of dough, Jackson, that reminds me. What about the $10 you owe me on the World Series?
Oh, that's right. I had Detroit. Yes, sir. I forgot all about it. Well, Benny's a good loser. $10, eh, Phil?
Yep, $10.
Okay, I'll go out in the hall and get it for you.
Nobody will look. You can roll your sock down right here.
Now, don't get smart. I don't carry money in my sock anymore.
Oh, that's right. Not since that day at the circus.
You're darn right.
What happened, Mary?
A midget picked his ankle.
Yes, and if I ever catch that little runt, I'll beat the daylights out of him.
Why didn't you, Butch?
I chased him clear across the lot, but he ran down a gopher hole. A shrimp.
Boy, that's rich. Imagine grabbing dough out of a guy's sock.
How much did he get, Jack?
About $80,000.
It was not. Nowhere near that. Anyway, Phil, I'll go out in the hall and get you... Hey, wait a minute. I got the $10 right here.
Well, hand it over.
I'll hand it over. Don't rush me.
Okay.
You want it fair and square, and I'm going to give it to you. Yes, sir.
What are you waiting for, television?
Now, here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Now, don't squander it.
Oh, while we're on the subject, Jack, you and I might as well settle up, too. Here's the $5 I lost to you.
Now, later, Don.
What $5?
Never mind.
Hey, what's going on here, Jackson? Did you bet on Detroit and Cincinnati both?
Well, a guy can get mixed up, can't he?
Well, that beats everything.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I bet $10 on Detroit, and I lost to Phil. And then I accidentally bet $5 on Cincinnati, and I won from Don. So I'm still out $5. But what do I care? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Am I in time for my song?
Yes, but it wouldn't hurt to get here earlier.
What for? I just stand around like a totem pole.
What are you complaining about? You sing a song every week, don't you?
Kenny Baker gets dialogue.
Never mind about Kenny Baker. How would you like to be in his shoes and work for a guy like Fred Allen?
I think Fred Allen is wonderful.
Why, you little fifth columnist. Wait till I get you outside.
Run down a gopher hole, Dennis.
Oh, that midget again.
Hey, kid, did you hear about Jackson losing his dough at the circus?
No, what happened?
He got rolled by a Lilliputian.
Lilliputian? Phil, that's Lilliputian. Look, Phil, whenever there are two words meaning the same thing, please use the short one. Anyway, it was my money, so forget about it.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, that reminds me. Here's the $2.50 I owe you on the World Series.
Later, Don.
Oh. So you bet the same amount on both teams, eh, Sporty?
What do you mean the same amount? Look, Mary, I lost $10 to Phil. I got $5 back from Don and $2.50 from Dennis, so I'm still out $2.50. Now, Dennis, let's have your song so that everybody can stop worrying about my financial affairs.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here she is. A letter for you, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, you're a little old for a messenger boy, aren't you?
Well, you twitch on rainy days yourself, Bob.
I'd like to push him down a gopher hole, too. Who's the letter from, Mary?
It's a note from Mama.
Oh, your mother, eh? What's the Oscar Levant of New Jersey got to say?
Nothing. She just sent a clipping from the Plainfield paper about our first broadcast.
Oh.
Here's the headline. Livingston program returns to the air.
That's from Plainfield, all right.
And Miss Mary Livingston, daughter of that prominent society leader, Mrs. Scarlett Livingston.
Scarlett?
Yeah, she changes her name with every picture.
You ought to change it to Grapes of Wrath. That really fits.
Oh, Jack, just because Mama hates you, you don't have to be mean about it.
Okay, get back to the review of our show. What does it say?
Mary Livingston was her usual self, charming, witty, and fascinating.
Well.
But the Blue Fairy Fantasy, written by Jack Benny, was nothing short of puerile and banal.
Let me see that. Well, I'll be darned. There it is. Go ahead.
Miss Livingston's father, Mr. Rhett Livingston.
Holy smoke.
Mr. Livingston had an unfortunate accident while listening to the broadcast. He was sitting in the car with the radio tuned on when the owner came along and punched him in the nose.
Serves him right.
When interviewed, Mr. Livingston said hit.
Oh, drunk, too. Is that all?
Yes, I'm going to paste it in my scrapbook.
We'll paste it face down so nobody will read it. Are you ready for your song now, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Well, open your mouth and let it go. Say, Mary, when you answer Scarlett, tell her General Sherman sends love. That was The Nearness of You, sung by Dennis Day. That was very good, Dennis. I really think you have improved a lot this year.
Thank you. And say, Mr. Benny, before I forget it, can I mow your lawn Thursday instead of Wednesday this week?
Why, what's the matter with Wednesday? That's your regular day.
Well, Wednesday I have to go down and register for the draft. You know, it's conscription day.
Oh, that's right. I'll tell you what, Dennis. I'll pick you up at 3 o'clock, and we'll go down there together.
Why, you don't have to go, Jack. Only men up to the age of 36 have to register.
Oh, 36, huh? I guess that lets me out. Yep.
You barely made the last war.
Yes, and the civil and the revolutionary. Are you happy?
Hey, Jackson, do I have to get in on this,
Registration? Why, certainly, Phil. Every young American has to register.
What's it for?
Oh, my... Phil, everybody who registers gets a number, and they send them all to Washington, put them in a big drum, and the lucky winners get a free vacation for 1 year at the expense of the government.
Say, that ain't bad, huh?
Wow. And you can take off those patent leather shoes. They're no good for marching. Anyway, Phil, you just be there Wednesday.
What about Rochester? He'll have to sign up, too, won't he?
Yeah, I suppose I'll have to cook dinner myself Wednesday night. And incidentally, fellas, I've been having a little trouble with Rochester lately.
What's wrong?
Well, they gave him a big celebration the other night and elected him mayor of Central Avenue. When I got home yesterday, I found a sign on my house that said City Hall. I took that down in a hurry. Mary, get Rochester on the phone. I want him to pick me up at the El Capitan Theater tonight.
Okay.
Hope it's not too much trouble for him.
Hey, Jackson, what are you doing over at the El Capitan Theater?
Well, Mary and I have been playing there in a show all week. It's a benefit for the British Red Cross.
Well, I didn't know anything about it.
Well, that's my fault, Phil. I should have taken out an ad in the racing form. You haven't read a paper.
Your number's ringing, Jack.
Thanks. Give me the phone. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Benny's residence is Howard the Mayor speaking.
Rochester.
Oh, is that you, Mr. Benny?
Yes, it's me. Now, listen, Your Honor. I wonder if I could trouble you to bring the car down to the El Capitan Theater and pick me up about 11:30 tonight.
Okay, can I put the top up?
Rochester, in this nice autumn weather, it's much better riding with the top down.
Yeah, but my silk hat keeps blowing off.
You don't have to wear a silk topper. Your chauffeur's cap looks very good on you.
With a cutaway coat? Oh, boy.
Now, Rochester, stop being so fancy. Anyhow, what's the good of being mayor of Central Avenue?
I get a discount on ribs.
All right. Now, Rochester, the purpose of this call was to have you pick me up in the Maxwell. Now, you be down there by 11:30.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, are you aware of the fact the automobile show is in town?
Yes, I'm aware. What about it?
Well, I was thinking you might want to trade the Maxwell for something less puerile and banal.
There's nothing wrong with the Maxwell. It's in perfect mechanical condition.
Boss, have you ever lifted up that hood when the motor's running?
No.
Well, don't do it. The fan belt will slap you right in the face.
That fan belt can be fixed.
You got to catch it first.
Now, that's just silly.
And the oil flies out like boomtown.
Now, Rochester, I don't want to hear any more about the car. You just be at the El Capitan Theater at 11:30.
It's uphill. I better leave now.
Leave when you want to. Goodbye.
So long. Oh, say, boss,
Now what?
about that little bet we made, did I have Detroit or Cincinnati?
You had Detroit, and you owe me $2.
I thought so.
Never mind.
I'll pay you tonight, boss.
Okay, goodbye. Always wants to trade in the car.
Why, Jack, you mean to say that you even won $2 from Rochester?
Listen, Mary, I'm still loser. I paid $10 for Phil. I got 5 from Don, 2.5 from Dennis, and 2 from Rochester. That's $9.50. I'm still out half a buck. Now, come on, we got to get over to the theater and do that benefit.
Okay.
So long, fellas. Hey, you can wind up the show yourselves, can't you?
Sure, go ahead.
We'll see you
Go
next
ahead.
time. So long. Say, Mary, when we do the benefit tonight, I want you to give a good show because it's our last performance.
I will. Don't worry.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's the check room. I want to get my hat. Hello, Tommy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How'd the program go tonight?
Oh, pretty good. Can I have my hat?
Oh, yes, sir. There you are.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, here's that 50 cents I owe you.
Oh, that's right. You did bet on Detroit. Thanks, kid.
Hey, Jack.
What?
You can close the books now.
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the hottest week of the year in Southern California, we bring you a man who can hardly stand it in his long underwear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. It itches. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, let me tell you about my underwear. I don't care what the thermometer says. I'm strictly a calendar man. When the swallows return to Capistrano, my longies come back to me. But you're right, Don. It has been a terribly hot week.
Why, in the valley where I live, it was sweltering.
Well, everybody's been complaining about the heat in Beverly Hills, too. Although, when I woke up yesterday morning, there was a little red man with a tail and a pitchfork sitting at the foot of my bed, and he said, "This is nothing, buddy." I didn't like him calling me buddy. Anyway, this has really been torrid weather.
Well, Jack, the only thing to do when it's like this is just sit back and take it easy.
Take it easy. Why, Don, this is the busiest week I've ever had. And you know what my schedule was today, don't you?
No, what?
Well, at 4 o'clock, I did our first Jell-O broadcast. Then I had to rush over and do the Screen Guild program. Then home to dinner. Then back here to do this repeat Jell-O show. And immediately afterwards, I've got to do the second program for the Guild.
My goodness.
And at 11 o'clock, I've got to MC the opening of that new chili bowl in Tarzana. I tell you, Don, if it wasn't for vitamin B1 and the cigarettes Phil's drummer gives me, I doubt that I'd be able to carry on. Really, Don, if it... I'm not kidding, that vitamin B1 sure helps.
Vitamin B1, well, do those pills really help you, Jack?
Oh, they're marvelous, and how they pep you up. Why, Don, you remember how I used to walk in my sleep night after night?
I sure do.
Well, now I run like a deer. And, Don, I owe it all to vitamin B.
Oh, Jack, you and your pills.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Pills to go to sleep, pills to wake up, vitamin B, throat gargle, cough syrup.
All right.
Your bathroom looks like a sale at Sontag's.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. All the stuff I've got in my medicine chest, I have good use for.
Oh, sure. Why, Don, he's got everything from corn plasters to toothache drops.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Your teeth will never ache again, brother.
Now, listen, Mary, there's no use being silly, and you can stop with those gags, because I haven't got false teeth.
And why is it you never let people slap you on the back?
Because I'm tender, that's why. To hear you talk, you'd think I... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, have I got a bip for you.
I'll bet.
Get a load of this one. I made it up myself. What's, this'll kill you, Jackson.
All right, get to it.
What's a twack?
A twack? I don't know, Phil. What's a twack?
It's something a twain one's on. I'm hotter than the weather tonight, folks.
It's too hot for that kind of stuff, if that's what you mean.
Say, Jackson, wasn't that a scorcher this week, though?
Sure was. Why, in Beverly Hills, it was just like an oven.
Well, you live close to Santa Monica. Why didn't you go down to the beach?
Oh, I was too busy.
Yeah, Jack had to stay home and take care of his lemonade stand.
It's not my lemonade stand. A couple of children came to the door and asked if they could sell lemonade on my front lawn. What do you expect me to do, turn those little kids down?
No, but you didn't have to make them sign a 99-year lease.
Oh, quiet. Now, Mary, I've got a very tough schedule today with all my broadcasts, so don't annoy me.
Oh, that's right, Jackson. I read where you're doing the Screen Guild show today, too. Kind of a tough grind, ain't it?
You said it. If it wasn't for vitamin B1.
Don't listen to him, Phil. He's got a pill for everything and all kinds of medicine.
All right.
Jack thinks there's always something the matter with him.
Oh, a hypodermiac, eh?
Hypodermiac? That's hypochondriac, and I'm nothing of the kind. I just believe in taking precautions. Well, I go to a doctor twice a month for a checkup, whether I feel bad or not.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, yeah?
Now, take me. I've never been to a doctor in my life.
Well, don't go, brother. You've got a shock coming. No kidding, Phil. No, Phil, really, did you ever take a good look at yourself in a mirror?
Yes, and I'm gorgeous.
Oh. Well, I should have had my head examined for asking that one.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Here comes anemic on the outside.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dennis. How do you feel?
I'm fine, thank you. Say, Mr. Benny, have you heard this one that's going around? What's a twat?
Oh, you too, eh? All right, Dennis. What's a twat?
Mr. Harris won't tell me. Must be risque.
Well, he told me that bright answer, so for your information, Dennis, a twack is something a train runs on.
That's Twain. You root my gag.
All right, Phil, I rooted. I'm sorry. Say, Dennis, I meant to ask you, you didn't forget to go down and register last Wednesday, did you?
No, I was there, but I don't get it, Mr. Benny. What's it for?
What's it for? Dennis, you signed up for conscription in a national emergency. If you're drafted, you get a year's training, your room and board, and $21 a month.
$21 a month?
Yes, sir.
I'll take it up with my manager.
Your manager has nothing to do with this. Say, Phil, you registered, didn't you?
Yeah, and so did all the boys in my band.
That's swell.
That is, everybody but my guitar player.
Oh. Why, is he over 35?
No, he made up that joke about the twat.
Well, they won't take him because that automatically makes him a moron. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
We're about ready for a song. Have you got something nice prepared for us?
Yeah, I'm going to sing Trade Wind.
That's Trade Wind. Stay away from Harris. Sing, kid. Phil, why don't you buy a new joke book? There you go. That was Trade Wind, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was terrific.
Thank you.
Your voice positively thrilled me. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes, Mr. Sanders, he's right here. For you, Jack. Mark Sanders is Paramount.
Oh, my director. Having a little more trouble with him. Hello? Yes, Mr. Sandridge. Well, now, look, we've been all through that before, and I don't want to be stubborn, but my name has got to be first on the screen. I don't care what that worm said. He's in New York, and I'm here. Take care of the local boy. Now, look, Mr. Sanders, that's my ultimatum. So think it over. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, it's that picture I just finished with Fred Allen. Allen wants his name first.
Quite a ham, huh?
Quite a ham. Don, you don't know what that guy Allen went through to try and be better than I am in the picture. Why, he studied his lines all night long. He hired 4 or 5 extra writers. He took dramatic lessons. Why, he even bribed the cameraman to try and make him look better than me on the screen. And for what? A lot of good it did him.
Yeah, if he thinks he's going to steal that picture from Rochester, he's nuts.
I'm not going to steal it from anybody. You know what burns me up? I give the best years of my life to Paramount.
Incidentally, Jack, I do the Maxwell House program with Mary Martin, your leading lady in the picture, and she had a lot of nice things to say about you.
Oh. Well, Mary is an awfully sweet girl, and she's swell to work with.
Thanks.
I don't mean you. I'm talking about Mary Martin. You know, she's from Weatherford, Texas. Are you acquainted with Miss Martin, Phil?
Jackson, there ain't a gal in, from, or passing through that state. I don't know.
The only one you know is Galveston Gertie. Always bragging. Huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, I've never been in Texas. Are the girls really so beautiful down there?
Yes, they are, Dennis, and there are thousands of them. Each one prettier than the other.
Then why do cowboys always sing such lonesome songs?
They're trying to fool us, Dennis. They don't want any competition. But getting back to Mary Martin, I really made an impression on that girl. Why, do you know in the picture she sings a chorus of My Heart Belongs to Daddy, and she sings it right to me. See, I love that part where she looks at me and goes, Dad, 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 Dad.
She hates to say it, huh?
Go on, she loves it. Well, anyway, you'll see it on the screen. Say, Phil, I don't want to give away any more of the plot, so how about ripping through a band number in your own inimitable Thank Heaven style?
Okay, Jackson, we're going to play a...
Who cares? Play. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I listened to your program last Sunday, and I resent all the slurs cast upon my name.
Slurs? Who are you?
Puerile J. Banal. Goodbye.
I bet I know what that J stands for. Play, Phil. That was The World Is in My Arms, played by Phil Harris and his Gypsy Orchestra. Gypsy meaning, if he calls that an orchestra, it's a gyp. See? That's almost as bad as the Twain on the Twack, isn't it, Phil?
That's nothing. That's a Lulu.
Oh, fine.
How much you want for that gag, Jackson?
Oh, Phil, I couldn't sell it.
I could.
I said sell. You can have the gag for nothing, Phil. Say, Don, as I told you before, I've got to rush over and do that Screen Guild broadcast, so maybe I better run along now and get everything set.
Are you directing it?
No, Ernst Lubitsch will be there, but I'm doing a dramatic play with Claudette Colbert, Basil Rathbone, and Edward Arnold.
You're in pretty fast company, ain't you, Joe?
Tune in, Mo, and you'll find out. Well, I'm going to run along, Don. Rochester's waiting downstairs for me in the Maxwell.
The Maxwell? I thought you traded that car in last week.
Well, I intended to, Phil, but I decided to wait.
Tell him what really happened.
Never mind.
What was it, Barry?
Well...
Look, I'm very busy. If you think I'm going to hang around and hear you run down my car again, you're crazy. Goodbye.
So long, Jack.
Gee, that guy's burned up. What happened, Mary?
Well, it was this way. I was over to Jack's house last Monday, and I finally persuaded him to trade in the Maxwell.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, after a long argument, we got in the car and started toward Hollywood. And all the way over, Jack...
Rochester, take it easy.
Okay, boy.
You know, I hate to trade this car in, Mary.
Now, don't back out. Say, Jack, what kind of allowance do you think they'll give you on the Maxwell?
Well, if I can get $700, no, really, I'll be happy.
$700?
Yes, this car's got a lot of extras on it. Seat covers, radio, cigarette lighter.
Don't forget the anchor. We ain't got no brakes.
The brakes are all right.
Boy, what a rattletrap.
It's not a rattletrap.
Miss Livingston's right, boss. This car vibrates so much I can't keep my socks up.
Your socks?
All right, our socks.
That's more like it, and stay out of them.
Say, Jack,
What?
which one of the new models are you going to look at?
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I can't make up my mind whether to get a Rio or a Chandler.
A Rio or a Chandler?
Yes.
Say, Jack, did you read the news?
What news?
Queen Isabella's that way about Columbus.
Now, cut that out. Don't be funny.
Why, Jack, they haven't made a Rio or a Chandler in years.
They haven't.
I told him that till I was black in the face.
Well, I'll find a good car. Now, Rochester, turn down here on Hollywood Boulevard. We'll come to Automobile Row.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Now what?
I should have stopped there.
Well, you're just lucky that a policeman did... Oh, fine. Stop the car, Rochester. I knew this would happen.
Is that a policeman coming toward us?
It ain't an usher from the Pantages. Now, let me do the talking, Rochester.
What can you say without your riders?
I'll get by, don't worry. Oh, good morning, officer.
Hey, don't you know it's against the law to turn left on a red light?
Yes, but...
I'm going to give you a nice little ticket.
But, officer, I came to Hollywood to trade in my car.
This car?
Yes.
Well, you haven't got a minute to lose. Drive on, buddy.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rochester. Wise guy. Got a good mind to go back and tell that cop a thing or two. Now, Rochester, there's the Packard agency over on your left.
Well, we can go right by there.
Now, wait a minute. Pull into the service entrance.
Why, boss, are you thinking about buying a new Packard?
I certainly am.
There's vitamin B for you.
Not the pills. I just feel like buying a Packard. Stop the car. Come on, Mary. You too, Rochester. I want you to help me pick one out and get a good trade.
Okay.
Rochester, put that door back on. Quick, quick, before the man comes. Quick, quick, quick! There. Come on, let's go in the showroom. Wow, look at these beautiful new cars.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm in the market for a car.
Phaeton, Peyton, or Schmayeton?
Well, I'm really, I'm really interested in a convertible coupe.
I see. Now, right over here is our 1941 model. It has the automatic top.
Oh, yes.
You just press a button and the top goes up and down.
Well. What are you laughing at?
Your top does that without a button.
Oh, don't, Edward. Now, mister, I'm very much interested in the convertible. That is, if we can get together on a trade.
I see. Well, what year car are you driving now? Is it a 1940?
No.
1939?
No.
1938?
No.
1937?
I'm going out to eat. This will take all day.
Rochester. As a matter of fact, mister, it's a 1921 Maxwell.
I beg your pardon?
I said it's a Maxwell.
Is that a Swiss movement?
No, it's a Maxwell car, and it's in excellent condition.
Well, I'll have to have it appraised. Oh, Mr. Vandermeer.
Yeah, Mr. Collins?
Will you go outside and appraise this gentleman's car? It's a
Maxwell. You can't miss it. It says, "Beat me, Daddy, 8 to the bar." On it. Now, please, I'm in a hurry.
Okay.
The car is really in swell shape, Mr. Collins. It's always been chauffeur-driven.
What's the mileage on it?
Well, the speedometer says 12,000 miles.
You can't go by that, boss. When the speedometer reads 50, we're going 30 miles an hour.
Rochester.
And when it reads 60, it's 2:30.
Rochester, there's no time to be flipping. Well, Mr. Collins, how much will this Packard cost me?
Well, of course, that depends on how much we can allow you on your old car. Here comes Mr. Vandermeer now.
Good.
Oh, Mr. Vandermeer, did you look over this gentleman's car?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you think?
I didn't like it.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be too hasty. Did you crawl under my car and take a good look?
Not me. I got a wife and kids.
Not so dangerous. Now, Mr. Collins, I think my Maxwell is worth $700.
And he doesn't drink.
Quiet. Now, what do you think, Mr. Collins?
Well, the best I can possibly offer you on such an old car is $40.
$40?
Now, Jack, don't argue about it. You're getting a break, believe me.
Well, what do you think, Rochester? Is $40 fair?
Boss, that's fair, just, unbiased, liberal, generous, and hand me a dictionary.
Oh, all right. I'll get my checkbook. How much do I owe you, Mr. Collins?
Let me see. With all the standard accessories, less your $40 allowance, that comes to $1,450.
$1,450, eh? Okay, I'll make out the check. Packard Motor Company, $1,400.
Hey, what'll I do with the old Maxwell, Mr. Collins?
Nothing you can do. Just take it out and junk it.
And 50. Junk it. What did you say about the Maxwell, Mr. Collins?
I said we'll have to junk it.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Collins. That car's got a lot of life in it yet.
Oh, make out the check, Jack.
Mary, she can't take that little old Maxwell out and junk it. Just throw it on a pile of old scrap and metal.
Oh, Jack.
No, he can't do it.
Now, Mr. Benny, I didn't mean...
I don't care what you meant, Mr. Collins. I heard you tell that man to junk my car. Well, I won't stand for it, you hear? I won't stand for it.
What are you going to do, boss?
We're getting in that Maxwell, Rochester, and we're going home. I'm sorry, Mr. Collins. The deal is off. Come on, Mary. Junk my little Maxwell. Must have been mad to even think of parting with it. Get in the car, Mary.
Okay.
All right, Rochester, let's go.
Yes, boss.
Oh, boy, listen to that motor purr. I should have had my head examined for wanting to trade in little Maxie.
There goes the tire, boss.
Doggone it, that's the third one this week. Trouble, nothing but trouble with this piece of junk. Someday I'm going to trade it in.
And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Hey, Mary, let's go home and hear Jack's Screen Guild show.
Did he say he's going to do a dramatic sketch with Claudette Colbert?
Yeah, what does he want anyway? Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our modest, unassuming master of ceremonies, a man who is never too busy to say hello.
Hello.
Jack Benny.
Thank you, Emily. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very sweet introduction. Never too busy to say hello. But I really don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do, Jack.
Do I?
Why, certainly. Whether it's the humble newsboy on the corner or a taxi driver or an urchin with a shoeshine box, Jack Benny always stops. And a smile steals across his face as he says, "Hiya, pal."
How are things going? Oh, pardon me, Don. I was carried away. But let me ask you something, Don. Why shouldn't I go out of my way to be courteous and friendly? We're all human beings. We're all people. Say, after all, what am I?
You know what I said at rehearsal?
Phil. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Don, I'm just the down-to-earth type that gets along with everybody. You know the little old lady that sells flowers right outside the studio?
You mean the one on the corner here?
Yeah. See, I've stopped and talked to her now every Sunday for 3 years. Hello, little lady, I say.
And she says I told you 1,000 times I'm not going out with you.
Phil, if you can't be sentimental, stay out of this. You know, Don, whenever I pass this little flower lady, a tear comes to my eye. And I can't help but think that she's somebody's mother.
Yes, and perhaps that somebody could well afford to take care of her.
You're probably right, Don. Gee, I wonder whose mother she is, anyway.
She's mine.
Now cut that out! You're lying, Phil, because I happen to know that your mother is Cigarette Girl at the Wilshire Bowl. Cigars, cigarettes, and homemade jelly. So pipe down.
Well, you wouldn't get away with this mushy stuff if Mary was here.
Oh, yes, I would.
By the way, Jack, how is Mary? Is she feeling better?
Well, she had a pretty bad cold, Don, but she's much improved. She'll be with us next Sunday.
Yeah, glad the kid's feeling better.
Thanks. Of course, it'll be kind of tough doing comedy tonight without her.
Don't worry, Jackson. I'm here, ain't I? I can get them belly laughs.
Well, just be grateful, Phil, that you get good lines.
It ain't the material, Jackson. It's my personality. It's how I stock it over.
Oh, brother. Phil, you really think you're the funniest guy in the whole world, don't you?
What a spot. If I say yes, I'm a ham. If I say no, I'm a liar.
You're both if I ever saw one. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How would you like a great big part tonight with funny gags and everything?
Oh, boy, that'll be swell.
All right, you can read Mary's lines. Tonight, you're going to be the girl on the program.
Nothing doing. I'm no sissy.
Dennis, the program is written, and you've got to take Mary's place. You're the only one in the show with a high voice.
Oh, me?
Dennis. Now, remember, you're Mary, so go outside and come back when you're supposed to.
Okay, but I'll be chewing tobacco.
You better not. That kid's getting too smart.
Well, look, Jackson, why don't you let me play Mary's part? I got beautiful hair and rosy cheeks.
Oh, fine. He's got a few broken veins there, and he calls it rosy cheeks. We'll manage without you, Phyllis. Well, let's get on with the show. Say, Don, Mary seems to be a little bit late today. I wonder where she is.
Mary? I saw her out in the hall just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you know, Don, she's so excited. She's been shopping all week, and she's... Oh, here she comes now. Hello, Mary. I said, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Gee, you look cute in that fall outfit. That's a new dress, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it at Magnum's. Isn't it a dream?
Oh, it's beautiful. But it's cut a little low there in front, isn't it?
On me, it don't make any difference.
Dennis, read the lines that are in the script.
Well, you're not going to make a monkey out of me.
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of you, Dennis. This is just an emergency. You don't want to read Mary's lines? All right.
Well, I don't.
All right. Just puts us in a spot, that's all. It's a fine program without a girl on it. Gee, there must be some way to work this out. I wonder who we can get.
I'll help you, kid.
Well.
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, that's a very sweet offer, Blue Fairy, but I'm afraid you won't do. You're too fat for Miss Livingston.
Oh. Well, if John Wilson ever gets sick, let me know.
We will. We will, yeah.
And now I will fly away, back to my home in the clouds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Give me a push, will you?
Okay. Gee, look at her go. Out the window. Over Vine Street. Over Beverly Boulevard. Over the La Brea Pit. Play, Phil, and get us out of this fantastic mood. That was That's For Me, played by Phil Harris and his Waldorf Astoria Ensemble. Waldorf Astoria meaning they couldn't get in there if they were delivering the meat. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. After that violin solo you played with us a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't say anything derogatory about my band.
Derogatory? Well, I'll be...
What's the matter? Ain't it right?
Sure it's right. But, Phil, where'd you ever learn the word derogatory?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, I don't start working at the vault until 9 o'clock, so I've been going to night school.
Oh, well, did you hear that, Don? Phil goes to night school.
Well, congratulations, Phil. How are you getting along?
Very good, very good. So you guys don't have to get derogatory.
All right, we heard that already. What else did you learn?
Oh, plenty of stuff. Come on, ask me something. Ask me anything.
Oh, quiet.
Come on, ask me who invented the cotton gin.
All right, Phil, who invented the cotton gin?
Eli Whitney.
Well.
And with the steamboat, it was Fulton.
Why, Phil, you're terrific.
Hey, Don, here's another one. What does 1492 mean to you?
I don't know, Phil. What does it mean to you?
Columbus.
Gee whiz.
You know, the world's round, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've heard everything. Congratulations, Phil. And now, ladies and
The
gentlemen...
Mississippi is the longest river in the USA.
Phil, will you stop showing off? I knew about the Mississippi when I was in the 5th grade.
Well, I'm only in the 3rd, so I got you beat.
All right, you got me beat.
Hey, Don, ask me something, Don, ask me something about the Revolutionary War. Like, when was it or something?
Phil, please.
All right, Phil, when was the Revolutionary War?
1776.
Well, I'll be darned.
Not bad, eh?
That's very good, Phil. Now, who won the Revolutionary War?
That's coming up Wednesday.
Gee, I'll bet you can hardly wait. Now, look, Phil, we're all very happy to know that you're trying to improve what mentality you have. But there are more important things to talk about, aren't there, Don?
Yes, there are, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, night school is one of the greatest institutions that flourish in this country today.
What?
It gives thousands of people the opportunity to improve themselves in the field of education.
Phil, you're positively brilliant. If you weren't such a bum, you could become president.
B-U-M, bum.
Phil! And now, ladies and gentlemen, Going from night school to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the height of the football season, tonight we are going to offer our annual Gridiron Classic entitled Hold That Line. Or, one moment, please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Coach Flash Benny of Flatfoot College. Now, Phil, you, Don, and Dennis will be the players. And your orchestra boys can be the cheering section.
Well, why don't you use some of my boys on the team? They're all athletes.
Phil, shooting pool and pulling cork are not considered American sports. They'll stay in the cheering section.
Wait till you hear their cheers.
Phil, if I hear one bird that isn't a swallow returning to Capistrano, watch out. Now, let's see. We're still short of actors, so I sent for Rochester. Where is he?
There he is, Jack, talking to Dennis Day.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, please?
Now, Rochester, we're short of actors tonight, so I want you to play a part in our football sketch.
Okay, give me the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to play on the team. You're going to be the water boy.
That's a little bit derogatory, ain't it?
Don't argue. Here's your bucket. You've got a very important part.
Important?
Yes.
Boss, the only man that ever got famous with a bucket was Old Man Mose.
Never mind.
And he had to kick it.
Now, Rochester, look at it this way. Who's one of the most valuable members of a football squad? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
Whenever a player is injured, who rushes out with a cold drink for him? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
And whenever a sensational play is made and the crowd stands up and cheers, who are they cheering?
Okay, give me the bucket.
And now that we're all set, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. What's it going to be, Dennis?
Well, Mr. Benny, this being Navy Day, I'm going to sing a special arrangement of a brand new number called He's My Uncle.
Swell, go ahead.
Hey, Jackson, I just thought of something. We still haven't got enough actors for a football team.
Gee, that's right. Well, we'll just have to get along, Phil. What else can we do?
I'm available, kid.
Now, look, Blue Fairy, I'm afraid you can't help us.
All right, then I'll fly away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ah, there she goes. Out the window. Back to the fleecy clouds. Back to the sky of gossamer blue. Back to the Plaza Hotel. Sing, Dennis. Very good. That was He's My Uncle, written by Lou Pollock and sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was a swell number. I like the thought of it.
Me, too.
There's nothing like a patriotic song. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you know who made the first American flag? Betsy Ross.
I know, Phil.
With a steamboat, it was Fulton.
All right, you told us that. Sit down, genius.
Okay.
Betsy Ross made the first American flag. It certainly is a secret. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our rough and tumble football play entitled Kicked in the Bridgeworks, or I'll Never Smile Again. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Purile, Indiana, which is just 3 miles north of Bano. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. As the curtain rises, Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. We're in a tough spot. The last half is about to start, and we're behind 98-7. But we still got a chance to beat them. The game isn't over yet. Let's hear some of that Flatfoot spirit. That's the stuff. I want you to go in there this last half and fight. You understand? Fight. What are we, men or mice?
Give me a tail and call me Mickey.
I'll give you a Mickey. Now, listen, men. In the first half, Meatball had things their own way. But in this next half, Flatfoot's going to walk all over Meatball.
Sounds messy, doesn't it?
And you, Harris, you're supposed to be a football player, an All-American. Why, during the first quarter, you played like a dope. D-O-P, dope. You spelled dop, dope. And you, Wilson. You're as bad as the rest of these lugs.
Why, what are you talking about, Coach? I recovered 5 times on fumbles.
Yeah, but every time you fell on the ball, we had to get a new one. Now, take it easy.
Okay. Pass the fudge, Phil.
Lay off the candy, Wilson. Your stomach is over the goal line when you still have 5 yards to go. Now, put down that fudge.
A little fudge won't hurt.
Oh, so you're butting in, you imbecile, the way you play football.
Now, Coach.
You run around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Now, Coach.
Every time you got the ball, you ran the wrong way.
Well, turn my head around and let's get going.
Get out of here. Now, listen, man, in this next half, I want you all to... Hey, water boy, what are you putting in that bucket?
A little lemon juice, that's all.
Lemon juice, eh? Lemon juice in the water.
Yeah, that goes with the sugar.
Oh, lemon juice and sugar. I suppose that's lemonade.
Lemonade, that's it.
I see. You didn't put anything else in the bucket, did you?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have a glass of that lemonade.
Don't take more than one.
I thought so. Lemon juice, sugar, cracked eye. Rochester, are you mixing Tom Collinses in that bucket?
It ain't pancake batter.
Well, throw it away. Pour it out the window.
Okay, that grass is sure going to grow out there.
Never mind about the grass. Now, men, it's almost time for the second half, and we're going to win.
You can count on us, Coach.
I'm not counting on any one of you. I got a new player coming into the game, and he'll show you what football really is. I've heard a lot about this boy, and they tell me he's a sensation.
A new player, huh?
Yeah. Come on in, Butch.
Hello, strangers.
Well, so you're the sensation, eh?
That's me, Butch Slipperman, the beast of Boyle Heights.
Good. Now, we're depending on you, Slep. Do you think you can win for us?
What is the score now?
98-7.
Who's got the 7?
We have. What do you say, Slep?
You're lucky if you can keep that.
Now, wait a minute. We're depending on you to come through, so don't be so pessimistic. Be cheerful. Be happy.
98-7, and he wants smiling Frankie Gordon.
Never mind. Just get in there and fight, that's all. What position do you play?
I'm a tailor.
All right, you can be left tailor. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play in the game myself this last half, and Flatfoot is going to win, or my name ain't.
All right, folks, the second half of this thrilling gridiron duel is about to begin. The score is Flatfoot 7, Meatball 132.
132? Why, the rat they've been playing during intermission. Come on, men, we'll show them.
Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Hi, Apple.
Flash Benny is going into the game himself. What an ovation he gets from the Flatfoot cheering section.
He's never too busy to say hello, to say hello, to say hello. He's never too busy to say hello. Joe, Joe, Joe. Ah!
Now, folks, what a crowd is gathered here today. There's a whistle. They're lining up, and Meatball is about to kick off the Flatfoot. There's the kick. It's a beauty. The ball is coming down on the 15-yard line. There goes Harris for it. No, he's headed for the water bucket. What a business Rochester is doing.
I told him to pour that out.
What's this? Butch Slipperman, the sensational new player, gets the ball. He's hit hard, and the ball is on Flatfoot's own 10-yard line.
Slipperman, are you hurt? Slep, say something.
With the steamboat, it was Fulton.
He's delirious.
Oh, Slipperman was knocked out on the first play, and they're carrying him off the field, but that boy is a sensation.
Sensation? Why, he was knocked out in the first play.
He's alive, ain't he?
Never mind. All right, men. We've only got 90 yards to go. I'll carry the ball around left end.
Why don't you run around my end, Flash?
I did that in the last game and wound up in Laguna. Now, come on. Signal. 72. 23. Hey!
The ball is left to Frank Benny, and there he goes. Look at that boy run. Look at him go. No wonder they call him Flash. They finally tackle him, folks, and he's down. Benny lost 8 yards on that play.
Darn it. Well, men, I'm afraid it's hopeless. 98 yards to go, and we can't gain an inch. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, here she is again.
Let me carry the ball, kid.
You? Listen, Blue Fairy. Football is a man's game. And those guys will kick you all over the field.
Well, at my age, I can't be choosy.
All right, then. You take Dennis Day's place. Come on, fellas. Line up.
That's what is lining up, folks, but there's been a substitution. Dennis Day has been replaced by the Goodyear Blimp.
That's the Blue Fairy.
Well, how can I tell from here?
All right. All right, Blue Fairy. I'll take the ball and lateral it. The rest is up to you.
Don't worry. I'll beat him, Daddy. 8 to the bar.
Good. Signal. 33. 45. Hey.
Benny receives the ball. He laterals to the Blue Fairy, and she takes off. And she's flying down the field. Listen to that crowd cheer. The Blue Fairy is landing. She's landing over the goal line. And what's this? She carried 21 footballs, folks, making 21 touchdowns simultaneously. And Flatfoot wins 133 to 132. Hey, Rochester, come here with that bucket.
Oh, no, Mr. Announcer, you've had enough.
You said it. Play, Phil. Yes? Yes? Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mary. Say, did you hear the program? Uh-huh. Well, how'd you like our football sketch? Yes? Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, well, you've got a cold. Good night, Dow. So long, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, last Thursday evening was Halloween, and Jack celebrated by throwing his annual costume party for the Jell-O gang. So this evening, we will turn back the clock. The time, last Thursday night. The place, Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
I'll never smile again. Hidey-hidey-ho.
Rochester.
I'll never smile again till I get more dough.
Rochester, that's a beautiful song. You don't have to change the lyrics.
Well, I'm trying to get a message across.
Oh, you are? Well, you don't have to put it to music and make an opera out of it. If you want a raise, just come right out and ask me.
I'll never smile again.
Now, cut that out and stop complaining. I'm giving a costume party tonight, and I'm not even dressed yet. Here, help me pull my shirt off.
Okay.
There. Now, hand me that grass skirt.
Oh, boy.
Rochester, hand me that grass skirt. Tonight, I'm going to be a hula girl.
Hula girl?
Yes.
With your rheumatism?
Never mind my rheumatism. I bought this outfit when I was in Honolulu, and I'm going to wear it. Now, pin that gardenia in my hair.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the matter?
Can't find anything to pin it to.
All right, hang it over my ear. There. Say, that's pretty good. Do I look like a hula girl, Rochester?
I suppose so. I guess they come in all shapes and sizes.
You can never pay me a compliment, can you? Now go out and make those popcorn balls like I told you to.
Yes, sir. Say, boss, how about the cider?
The cider?
Do you want me to put a little jolt in it?
Leave it alone. There's nothing more refreshing than a glass of sweet cider.
Nobody's going to slide down the banister on that.
Rochester, there's going to be a party, not a brawl. Now go tend to your work. And on your way to the kitchen, answer the door.
It's in the opposite direction.
I don't care. Answer her. What do you want me to do, rebuild my house? My goodness. Grass skirt's a little long. I better pull it up.
It's Miss Livingston. Good evening, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, Mary. What do you think of my costume?
Well, I'll be...
What's so funny about me being a hula girl?
Hula girl? I thought you were a haystack with dandruff.
Mary, if I'm a haystack, what am I doing with this gardenia hanging over my ear?
All right, you're a sissy.
I'm not a sissy, I'm a hula girl. Princess Jackamoku. Now, later on, Mary, when the party gets rolling, I want you to ask me to do a native dance.
No kidding. Are you going to dance?
Yeah, I learned it in Honolulu last summer. Get a load of this. It's not the island fair that is calling to me. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Wow, how's that? I sure made my hips move, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, now move them back.
I'll get them back. Don't worry. Now, Mary, light the candles in those jack-o'-lanterns. I want to put them in the window.
Okay.
Say, boss,
What is it?
ain't you cold running around with nothing on but a grass skirt?
No, what makes you think I'm cold?
You got so many goose pimples, you look like a horn toad.
Oh, I'll be all right in a few minutes.
No kidding, Jack. You ought to put something around your shoulders.
Oh.
Well, holy smoke.
What's the matter?
Look at that tattoo on your arm. Grow with Waukegan.
Oh, that. I had it done when I was a young fella. You know, I had a couple of snorts of elderberry wine one night, and I felt very civic. Hand me that pumpkin.
Here you are. Gee, I'll bet you were a devil in those days, eh, Jack?
Was I? You should have known me then, Mary.
I can just see you standing in front of the pool room, with a straw hat over one eye and a toothpick in your mouth.
Yeah.
When a girl would pass by, you'd yell, "Hello, chicken, let's fly the coop."
All right, so I used to flirt with the girls.
You get one yet, boss.
Rochester, I thought I told you to go out in the kitchen and fix those popcorn balls. And see who that is.
Why don't you put swinging doors in here?
Rochester, this is not a saloon.
Especially with that cider.
Never mind, answer the door.
Okay.
Never saw anybody as lazy as he is. Say, Mary, I forgot to ask you, how's your cold? You know, we missed you on the program last week.
Oh, I'm fine now, Jack. I'll be with you next Sunday.
That's good. Well, look who's here.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, look at the kid all dressed up in a Navy uniform. Where'd you get it, Dennis?
My girlfriend goes with a sailor.
Oh, well, that was very sweet of him. You know, Dennis, I used to be in the service myself. Darn it, I wish I could go again.
What can a hula girl do in the Navy?
Oh, stop, will you? I'm not a hula girl.
You could have fooled me.
There you are. I look all right, don't I, Dennis?
Yeah, but if you're a hula dancer, Mr. Benny, don't you think you ought to take your shoes off?
Oh, certainly. Why didn't you tell me, Mary? I can't dance with shoes on. Here, Rochester, help me take them off.
Okay, hold tight.
And incidentally, Mary, you should have worn some kind of a costume yourself.
Well, gee, I didn't know what to wear.
Oh, you could have thought. Rochester, I said take my shoes off.
I'm trying.
Well, pull.
Okay.
There. Now, take the other shoe off. Say, Mary, I got an idea how you can dress. Why don't you go upstairs and put on one of my old suits I used to wear in vaudeville?
Where'll I find it?
They're in the big trunk in my... Thanks. They're in the big trunk in my bedroom. Gee, it feels kind of good to go barefoot.
Look who wants to get in the Navy with those fallen arches.
Mary, I've told you 1,000 times my arches are not fallen.
Then why do you make a footprint like a wedgie?
Because I like to keep up with the style. Now go upstairs and put on one of my old suits and get into the spirit of things.
Okay.
Rochester, don't stand there holding my shoes. Put them away.
Well, the right one's got a lot of those old big $1 bills in it.
Stop making things up. There's nothing in that shoe but an insole.
Green, ain't it?
Put them away. I know exactly how much is in there. Yeah, I wish the gang would get here. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
What are you going to sing on the program Sunday?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Benny. I haven't picked anything out yet.
Oh. Well, look, Dennis, there's a brand new number out now called Do You Know Why? It's a song that Mary Martin sings to me in my new picture.
The one you made with Fred Allen?
Shut up. And it'll fit you perfectly. Look, there's a copy of it on the piano. Run over it for me, will you?
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And by the way, Dennis, whenever you refer to that picture in the future, just say the one I made with Mary Martin. Leave Fred Allen out of it.
Why?
Because if you don't, I'll put my shoe back on and kick a field goal with a certain young tenor. Understand?
Yeah, 3 points.
Oh, sing. Darn, this gardenia keeps slipping off my ear. Very good, Dennis. That'll sound great on the program.
Yeah, I think it'll be swell.
Wonder what's keeping Phil and Don. We want to go out tonight and have some fun.
See, Mr. Benny, while we're alone, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, what is it?
Well, how come I only got 35 cents for mowing your lawn last week?
What?
I used to get 50. Didn't I do a good job?
Well, of course, Dennis, but you see, 35 cents is the winter rate. The grass doesn't grow as high in the winter.
Oh, that's right.
Certainly.
I'm sorry I mentioned it.
Oh. That's okay.
You're not mad, are you?
No. You had a legitimate complaint. No. Don't hesitate to speak up, Dennis, anytime. And incidentally, I wish you'd watch those... Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
There's someone at the door.
I'm fixing the popcorn.
Answer the door. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir. Doggone, with all this walking, I might as well be a picket.
I never saw anybody that hated doors so.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Hi, Jack. Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Say, I thought you'd never... What's that supposed to be, Don? A black costume with white lines all over it.
Why, don't you get it?
No, what are you?
I'm a skeleton.
A skeleton?
Yes, these white lines create the illusion.
Oh, well, those chins cancel it. By the way, Don, how do you like my outfit?
Oh, it's very attractive, Jack, but aren't you afraid of catching cold?
No, I'm all right.
Here I am, fellas. How do I look?
Well, Mary, what are you supposed to be?
A ham. This is one of Jack's old suits from vaudeville.
Yep, I wore that suit in every theater on the Orpheum circuit. Look at those big checks and pearl buttons.
It's a little loud, isn't it, Mr. Benny?
Well, of course, nobody wears a suit that flashy nowadays.
They don't, eh?
No.
Boys, on Central Avenue, we got pallbearers that dress louder than that.
I believe you.
What a suit. Get a load of these cuffs on the sleeves.
Well, it was all the rage. See, when I used to walk out on the stage in that outfit, I was a sensation.
What are those red spots all over the suit, Jack?
Those red spots? I don't know.
They tomatoed him in Toledo.
They tomatoed him in Toledo? Now, wait a minute, Mary. That's a fib. When I played Toledo, it was wintertime, and tomatoes were out of season.
You were so bad, they shipped them in.
Listen, Miss Livingston, Toledo was one of my best towns. Well, I used to be a...
Open up! Open up in there!
Hey, fellas, there's Bill Harris. Wait till he sees me in this hula costume. Answer the door, Rochester.
Here I go again.
Answer it. Is my gardenia on straight, Mary?
Yes, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Hello, Rod. Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Mr. Harris.
And there's Mary. How's your cold, baby?
Oh, a lot better, Phil.
That's swell. Say, who's the old dame in the grass skirt?
Old dame, this is me. I'm a Hawaiian princess.
What are you doing later, Toots?
Now cut that out. I wouldn't laugh at anyone else's costume, Phil. What are you made up for in that outfit?
Well, I'm Julius Caesar. You know, the guy that was nuts about Cleopatra.
Julius Caesar?
You know, he was the Roman umpire.
That's emperor. What a dodo. Phil, umpire is what Caesar ruled.
Jack, that's empire.
Don, a skeleton should be seen and not heard. Phil, I gather that you're studying ancient history now. You know, Mary, Phil goes to night school. He's trying to broaden his mind.
You ought to clean it up, too.
You said it.
All right, Mary, all right. You don't have to get derogatory.
There he goes with derogatory again. He learns one big word in night school, and he's going to run it right out of the dictionary. Say, Don, are you going to...
Hey, fellas, you know who wrote the first American dictionary? Noah Webster.
All right, Phil, we know that.
Jack, I'm getting hungry. When are we going to eat?
Pretty soon now. All right, Rochester, let's get things rolling around here. Serve the refreshments.
Okay. Will you have a glass of sweet cider, Miss Livingston?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Dave, Mr. Wilson?
Thanks.
Thanks, Rochester.
How about you, Mr. Harris? Will you have a glass of sweet cider?
Absolutely not.
I would have bet on that.
Rochester, no comments. Now pass that lovely tray of hors d'oeuvres.
The what?
The hors d'oeuvres.
You mean them little things you eat and you ain't at nothing?
Yes, just pass the tray. How's the cider, Dennis?
Whoopee!
Boy, what an imagination.
One more drink and he'll go out and get tattooed.
Yeah. Now, Dennis, get up off the floor and uncross your eyes. Showing off on sweet cider yet.
Pass the olives, will you, Phil?
Here you are. Gee, you look cute in that outfit, Mary. Where'd you get the suit?
This is the one Jack used to wear in vaudeville.
Yes, sir. I wore that suit in every theater in the country.
Hey, Jack, look what I found in the pocket, an old program.
No kidding.
Yeah, from the Globe Theater, Kansas City, Mo.
Oh, yeah.
Who was Mo?
The manager, wise guy. Who was Mo? The Globe Theater, eh?
You were the headliner, weren't you, Jack?
I sure was. Who was on the bill that week, Mary?
Here it is. Swain's Cats and Rats, Fink's Mules, Howard's Elephants, Finnegan's Fleas, and Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, I never will forget that week. I felt like Frank Buck. Well, let's have something to eat, then we can go out later and have some fun.
Yeah, I want to ring doorbells and run like the Dickens.
Don, control yourself. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Did you invite Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, to come down and join the party?
You shouldn't have let him come down here, boss. I think he's cuckoo.
Oh, you always think that. What's he done now?
Remember that coil of rope he brought up to his room the other day?
A coil of rope? Yes.
Well, he's sitting on the floor playing a flute to it.
Oh. Why didn't you take the rope away from him?
I tried to, and it hissed at me.
Oh, stop dreaming things up. And ask Mr. Billingsley to come down here.
Hey, Jack, look what else I found in your coat.
What?
It's a letter from an old girl of yours.
An old girl?
Yes, it's signed Loopy.
Oh, Loopy Herman. Oh, yeah, from Upper Sandusky.
Gee whiz, it's written way back in 1911.
Yeah, oh, boy, she was pretty.
What does she say, Mary?
Now, Mary, don't you dare read that letter. It's personal.
My own sweet Jack.
Mary.
Oh, be a sport, Jackson. Let her alone.
Oh.
My own sweet Jack. I have written and written, but so far have not received an answer. When am I going to hear from you?
What?
Use the dame's illiterate.
Oh, fine. 1 week in night school, and he's a critic.
Get this, fellas.
Now, Mary.
I'll never forget the first time we met in front of the Cameo Theater. Our meeting was very romantic. Although I liked to die when you whistled at me and yelled, "Hello, chicken, let's fly the coop."
Give me that letter.
Pop is afraid for me to marry you because he does not like actors. But if you still want me, I'm the apple in your eye, like what you said.
Girls were silly in those days. Now, give me that letter.
P.S. I forgot to tell you, a horse ran away with me last Tuesday. I wished it was used.
Mary, give me that letter or tear it up.
Why, Jackson, I can't understand you going out with a dame that ignorant.
Bill, you were spelling Harris with one R up to last week. You're never right.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Phil may not be so hot in English or history, but he's not so dumb.
Oh, yeah?
You just don't understand him, that's all.
I don't understand him.
No.
Atta girl, Mary.
Well, it's Mr. Billingsley. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Entertaining your friends, I see.
Yes.
Yes, won't you join us?
No, thank you. I was just going out.
That's too bad. Say, that's quite an outfit you're wearing.
Yes, I'm Napoleon.
Well, there's nothing like dressing up on Halloween.
Oh, is this Halloween? Goodbye.
I wish he wouldn't drag that halibut across my rug. Hey, fellas, what'll we do now?
Let's go out and ring doorbell.
Okay.
If I hear another doorbell, I'll scream.
Too bad about you.
Come on, fellas, let's go.
Now, wait a minute. Mary wants me to do my hula dance, don't you, Mary?
Yeah, I can hardly wait.
Hey, Don, get a load of this. I learned it in Honolulu. Say, Rochester, get your guitar.
Here it is on the piano.
I want a little hula music for atmosphere. Do you know a little brown girl?
Millions of them.
I mean the song. Now, come on.
Oh, Jack, you're not going to dance with that cigar in your mouth.
Joe Frisco does. Come on, Rochester. 1, 2. It's not the island fair that is calling to me. Dum dum da dum 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 da 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 da.
Look at the boy wiggle.
Da da dum dum bum ba bum bum bum.
Oh, Jack.
Bum,
Jack,
bum.
stop.
Da 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 dum bum.
Jack, stop. Your grass skirt's on fire from your cigar.
Da da. Oh my goodness! Look at the smoke. Hey, put me out! Put me out!
Bill, throw some water on him.
Throw the cider. It's no good anyway.
Well, do something. Oh, my eye. I can't see out of my right eye. I'm blind.
That's your gardenia. Pull it up.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody do something. I'm getting hot.
I'll get some water out of the kitchen.
I can't wait for that. Open that door. I'm going to dive in the swimming pool. Gangway.
Hey, boss, come back.
What's the matter, Rochester?
I just drained all the water out of the pool.
My goodness, he's out on the diving board.
Here I go. Whee! Yeah! Jeepers creepers, I'm going to kill somebody. Rochester! Rochester! Well, folks, that's what happened at my house on Halloween night.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this week's program, we bring you that flat-headed comedian, Jack Benny.
It's too late now, Don. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens...
Wait a minute, Don. Hold it. We can't start the show yet.
What's the matter?
Well, Jack isn't here.
Well, we're on the air. Where is he?
I saw him a little while
Search
ago.
me, Don. I haven't seen him.
Well, he should be here. Look what time it is.
Yeah.
I saw him a little while
Do you
ago.
think I ought to go out and look for him, Don? Maybe he's in the drugstore.
Oh, he left there an hour ago. Wonder if anything could have happened.
Gee, I don't know.
I saw him a little while ago.
Hey, maybe he's in the dressing room. You know, he said he was going to take a nap.
Oh, that's right. Go see if he's there, will you, Phil?
Okay.
I saw him a little while
Here
ago.
comes Mary. Maybe she knows. Hello, Mary.
Hi, fellas.
Say, Mary, have you seen Jack?
Yes, he's out in the hall talking to Mark Sandridge on the telephone.
That's what I've been telling you.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, fellas.
You know, Don, if Jack doesn't stop complaining, Mr. Sanders will never direct another picture for him.
Ah, that's just silly. Jack shouldn't worry about whose name's going to be first on the screen.
Sure, what's the difference if it's Jack Benny and Fred Allen or Fred Allen and Jack Benny?
Well, if you ask me,
That's not what they're arguing about, Phil. Jack wants the premiere of the picture to be held in Waukegan.
Well, if you ask me...
Waukegan? Another premiere in his hometown, huh?
That's what he wants.
Well, if you ask me, it's a swell idea. Bingo.
Hey, Dennis, stop hogging the conversation, will you, kid?
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. Say, Mary, how's Jackson making out?
I don't know. I better go out in the hall and bring him in here.
Yeah, tell him we're on the air.
Okay.
Yes, but... Sure, but... Certainly, but... Absolutely, but...
But Betty talks again.
Mary, get out of here, will you?
We're waiting for you. Hurry up.
Be there in a minute. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge. I don't care what Allen says. I want the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor held in Waukegan, Illinois. Yes, but... Now, wait a minute. Who's the star of that picture? Fred Allen or... Let me finish, will you? Well, look at it this way, Mr. Sandridge. You've already had a sneak preview, haven't you? Now, let me ask you something. Who gets the biggest laughs in the picture? Leave him out of it. I'm talking about Allen and me. Oh. Well, I don't want to use pressure, Mr. Sandridge, but if you don't see things my way, I may get a new director for my next picture. What? Well, now, ho. Now, hold on, Mr. Sanders. Gee whiz, can't you take a joke?
Wipe your forehead, Jack.
Give me your handkerchief. Now, look, Mr. Sandridge, I've got a program to do, and I can't argue now. But that premiere is going to be held in Waukegan, or I'll take it up with Mr. LeBaron. Goodbye. Guess that'll hold him for a while.
Who's Mr. LeBaron?
He's in charge of production at Paramount, and he's a very good friend of mine. Come on. Wait a minute. Hello? What? Get the nickel from him. He called me. Come on. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, don't get so upset about everything.
I'm not upset. Who's upset?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, hello.
How's your program today?
How do I know? Tune in and find out. My program. We're not even on the air yet. Got a cigar on you, Mary?
No, the doctor made me cut him out.
All right. A cigarette. You know what I meant. Hello, Don. Sorry I'm late. Go ahead. Start the program.
Okay, get ready, Phil.
So mixed up, I don't know where I am.
I know, but nobody will listen to me.
All right, boys. Get going.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the election is over and the ballots have been counted, tonight I take great pleasure in presenting to you the new dog catcher of Beverly Hills, California, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And first of all, I want to thank my many friends who voted for me. And I also want to compliment my worthy opponent, Mr. Rufus Twelvetrees, although his name didn't help him at all. Thanks, folks. Thanks a lot.
I was wondering, Jack, how did you happen to run for dog catcher anyway? Isn't it rather a menial position?
Well, I didn't really want to, Don. I was drafted, you see, but the committee, the committee came to me and said I was the ideal candidate for the job.
Say, Don, I like the slogan the committee gave Jack. That really put him over.
What was it, Mary?
Vote for Benny. His nose is always cold.
That wasn't it at all. My slogan was, if you love your chow poodle, vote for Jack, the Yankee Doodle. Of course, I got the Pomeranian vote, too.
Well, then you should be very happy about your new office, Jack.
Oh, I would be, Don, but right now I'm having a lot of trouble with Paramount again.
Also, Mary was telling us. It's about that picture you made with Fred Allen, isn't it?
Yes, I told Mark Sandridge on the phone that regardless of what that Texaco termite wanted, the premiere of my picture better be held in Waukegan or I take the matter up with Mr. LeBaron. Imagine Allen wanting to open my picture in his hometown.
Fred comes from Massachusetts, doesn't he, Jack?
Yes, Don. He was born under the Plymouth Rock. And when the Pilgrims landed, it didn't help his face any. Not a bit.
Say, Jackson, did you hear Allen's program last Wednesday?
I had to, Phil. I was over to some friend's house, and they were trying to break the lease. Their furniture was on the sidewalk before Allen got a laugh. What a program. And the way he's wasting that Kenny Baker.
I wish you'd waste me like that.
Dennis! Now, let me tell you another thing, fellas. I don't like to say this, but Allen's humor is nothing short of puerile and banal.
There he goes again with puerile and banal.
Say, Jackson, I meant to straighten you out on that. You've been pronouncing them words all wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, I found out in night school that the correct pronunciation is puerile and banal.
Oh, it is?
That's what the hostess says.
The hostess?
You know, the dame at the head of the class.
That's the teacher. The hostess. Phil, if you're paying tuition at that night school, you ought to get your diploma and your money back at the same time.
I'm doing all right. You know, fellas, I took up hygiene last week.
Hygiene?
Yeah, you know. Don't wait till Saturday night. If you want a bath, take it any time.
I see. Well, I don't want to run you down, Phil, but I bet you can't even spell hygiene.
Ah, yes, I can.
Well, go ahead.
I can spell it.
Well, what's stopping you?
He left his blocks home.
That's a good one, Mary.
All right, you wise guys. I'll show you I can spell hygiene. Give me a chord, Frankie.
A chord?
Hygiene, hygiene. How about that? A hand for that, folks, huh?
Well, I got to give you credit, Phil. That's a tough word, and you spelled it. No kidding. That was some feat.
F-E-E-T, feet.
Oh, fine. I knew it was too good to last. Phil, when I said that was some feet, I meant F-E-A-T.
Oh.
F-E-E-T is feet like I've got.
Nobody's got feet like you've got.
Well, Miss Livingston, that did it. There goes your Christmas present. There goes your Christmas present right out the window.
You're doing your Christmas fighting early this year, ain't you, kid?
Yes. Keep it up. Keep it up, Mary. Now you won't get anything next year either.
I'm off the list till 1960.
61. I'm not forgetting that cute little trick you pulled with your baton this afternoon. Say, Dennis.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, don't you think it's about time... Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay.
Dennis, don't you think it's about time...
Hello? Yes? Put him on, please. It's for you, Jack. Mr. LeBaron at Paramount.
Holy smoke, Mark Sandridge must have got in touch with him.
You want to talk to him?
Certainly, but make off you're my secretary. A little front won't hurt any.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Benny's secretary. Well, he's frightfully busy right now. He's broadcasting.
Mary, don't overdo it.
You want me to spell hygiene for him?
Get away from there.
Very well, Mr. LeBaron. I'll ask him.
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. LeBaron. Yes? Yes, I did tell Mark Sandridge that I want the premiere held in Waukegan. I know, Mr. LeBaron. Well, I know you're the production head, but I'm entitled to first consideration. If there's any B.O. in that picture, it's me. I mean box office. Yes. Yes, I understand that. Sure, but...
What flavor, please?
Quiet. Now, look, Mr. LeBaron, let me review this situation.
You better sing, Dennis. It looks like a long winter.
Okay.
Now, Mr. LeBaron, Alan wants a premiere in his hometown, and I want it in mine. Now, the way I look at it, I've been under contract to Paramount for over 5 years. And Sure, but Mr. LeBaron, we've got to have the premiere in my hometown. I've already told Bidey Talcott. Who is he? Only the mayor of Waukegan. Where have you been?
Take it easy, Jack.
Well, now, look, Mr. LeBaron, we're not getting anywhere, so I'll take the matter up with Mr. Freeman. Goodbye. More trouble over nothing at all.
Say, Jack, who's Mr. Freeman?
Frank Freeman, he's the big shot at Paramount, and he's a very fine Southern gentleman.
Oh, he comes from the South, huh?
Yes, his home is in Georgia.
Why don't you let me talk to him, Jackson? We speak the same language.
Phil, Mr. Freeman is a Southerner, not a hillbilly. So I'll do the talking.
Oh, I suppose I'm a hillbilly.
Well, Phil, all I know is when you came to work for me 5 years ago, I brought you in a shoe store to buy you a pair of shoes, and it took 3 men to hold you down. Remember?
I go in alone now.
That's good. And while we're on the subject of your attire, Phil, that sport coat you're wearing is a little snug around the knees. You see, folks, I'm not kidding about that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our program, for our feature attraction of the evening. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is it true that you were just elected dog catcher of Beverly Hills?
Yes.
Well, you'll never catch me. Arf, arf.
There's a Mexican hairless if I ever saw it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, the Benny, anything from Shakespeare to gin rummy players, will present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Soda Fountain or Hold That Malted. Now, I will play the part of a young soda jerk, Tutti Frutti Benny. And Mary, you're the cashier who is madly in love with me.
Hooray.
Now, Dennis, you're a college student who is always hanging around the drugstore wisecracking.
Oh, boy, at last some dialogue.
No, Dennis, no. You see, as our play opens, you enter the drugstore, a shot is heard, and you fall to the floor. Dead.
Well, can't I wisecrack on the way down?
No. Now, Phil, in view of your knowledge of hygiene, you're going to be the dishwasher. So put on your apron.
Why can't I be a soda jerk?
Read that right. There was no comma there. Burns me up. Now, Phil, you're going to be a dishwasher and like it. Anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after... Oh, darn it. Answer it, Mary.
Okay.
This will go on immediately.
Hello? Yes? Put him on. It's Mr. Frank Freeman, Jack.
Oh, well, tell him you're my secretary. You know, like before.
Okay. Hello? Hello, Mr. Freeman. Hi, y'all.
Mary.
Well, Mr. Benny's awful busy right now. Can I take the message, honey lamb?
Mary, give me that phone. Fine way to talk to the head of the Paramount. Hello, Mr. Freeman. This is Jack Benny. Yes? Yes? Sure enough? Sure enough? Well, now, Mr. Freeman, I'll leave it to you. Where do you think the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor should be held? Greenville, Georgia? Who ever heard of that bird? Oh, that's your hometown. Oh, sure. Sure, Greenville. Yes, I remember. I used to play there in vaudeville. Yes, sir, Greenville.
Boy, are you an apple polisher.
Well, look, Mr. Polisher. Mr. Freeman. Darn you, Mary. Look, this whole thing is getting so complicated. Suppose I come to the studio and we'll talk it over. Yes, I can be there in a few minutes.
Jack, we got a play to do.
Who cares? I'll be right over, Mr. Freeman. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. I want you to go along with me to Paramount. Rochester got the car outside.
But, Jack, what about the murder mystery?
We can do that next week.
But you announced it already.
All right. Dennis walks in the drugstore. Bang, bang. He falls to the floor. Mary screams. Ah! Who did it? Was it me? No. Was it Mary? No. Was it Don? No. Phil gets hysterical. I did it. Police come. Yeah! There's your play. Come on, Mary. Let's go. Hurry, Rochester. Get the car started.
Just as soon as I make my point, boys.
Put those dice down. Hurry, Mary.
Doggone, it was just beginning to thaw out.
Hurry up, Rochester. I told you I had a very important engagement with Mr. Freeman. Now step on it.
I'm giving it so much gas now, the corporator's thinking of buying a home in the valley.
Just keep that throttle wide open, that's all.
Say, Jack,
What?
we're going the wrong way to Paramount, aren't we?
Let's see. Oh, yes. Rochester, what's the matter with you? You were supposed to turn to your right here on Gower Street.
I turned the steering wheel. Something ought to happen any minute now.
What?
Well, we made it.
On two wheels yet. Rochester, you took that corner much too sharp.
Boss, we got to take them any way we can get them.
Well, you threw me all over the back seat. Are you all right, Mary?
Yeah. Say, Jack,
What?
you sure were neutral in the election, weren't you?
What do you mean?
Look at those 3 stickers on your windshield.
Never mind.
Root for Roosevelt, win with Wilkie, and bark with Benny.
What was that first one you
I
started?
don't know.
Root for vaudeville? Rochester, the election is over, so you can scrape those stickers off the glass. And by the way, I'm making you a deputy dog catcher.
Why don't you make me a dog? I work like one.
Too bad about you. Gee, Mary, I hope Mr. Freeman waits for me. I want to get to that premiere matter settled.
I brought your samples along, Jack.
What sample?
The Christmas cards. You might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, I won't have time for that. Say, Mary, I ought to stop at a drive-in stand and get Mr. Freeman an order of fried chicken.
Fried chicken? What for?
Well, he's from the South, isn't he? I can tell him I cooked it myself. Yeah, I got to do something to get in good with Paramount.
Why don't you tear up your contract?
Mary. You just don't realize how important it is. Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
You went through a red light.
Let's keep it a secret.
Watch your driving. Want me to get a ticket?
You won't get a ticket, boss. You're a dog catcher. You can go through a red light.
Not unless I'm after a dog. And that reminds me, now that I'm a public official, I better get a siren in my car.
Oh, what?
A siren.
There's one waiting on the corner.
I don't mean that kind. Talking about a horn. Someone wants to pass us. Pull over, Rochester.
Okay.
It's a sightseeing bus, Jack.
Oh, yes.
On your left, ladies and gentlemen, is the RKO studio. And oh, look, on your right is Jack Benny's Maxwell.
Well,
Would you mind sticking your head out, Jack?
no. Get out of the way, Mary.
Howdy, folks.
Thank you. Say, you know, Mary, that was kind of a thrill. People from all over the country on that bus.
Too bad you didn't pass out some autographed pictures.
Yeah, darn it, I should have had them with me. See, I feel awful about that.
Here's a gun. Blow your brains out.
Now, Mary, remember what I told you a few minutes ago. You keep making those cracks, and that Christmas present will really be off. And if you remember, Miss Livingston, I hand out some pretty nice gifts.
Uh-huh.
Well, I do.
Uh-huh.
What are you a-hahing about, Rochester? Last Christmas, I gave you a beautiful leather wallet to keep your money in.
Yeah, I wish you'd give me another one just like it.
What do you want two wallets for?
I can put heels on them and use them for shoes.
Oh, you're always complaining about being broke. Why don't you save your money? Why don't you put it in real estate like I do?
I haven't got a shovel.
Now cut that out! Rochester, if you're insinuating that I buried... Rochester, pull over at the curb. There's a dog without a license. Quick, Mary, hand me that net and my cat.
Oh, Jack, don't bother about this dog. It's out of your territory.
That's right. Well, they can't say I wasn't on the job, though. Hey, Rochester, here's Paramount Studio. Pull up in front of the main entrance and wait for me.
Okay.
Wait here, Rochester. Come on, Mary, bring the fried chicken for Mr. Freeman.
You didn't buy it.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell him I gave it to a poor old lady.
Do you think Mr. Freeman will be waiting, Jack?
Sure, I told him I was coming over as soon as I could possibly find... Whose car's that?
I don't know.
Well, come on.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that Mr. Freeman in the back seat?
Where? Yeah, that's him. Hey, Mr. Freeman! Start the car, Rochester. Catch that Cadillac. Catch that Cadillac.
Oh, calm now.
Come on, try. Step on. Oh, Mr. Freeman! Mr. Freeman, honk the horn, Rochester. Oh, Mr. Freeman!
He must have heard you, Jack. His car's stopping.
Oh, yes.
Now, if we can stop, we're all set.
Rochester, the brakes! Oh, my goodness, we hit Mr. Freeman's car.
Yep, there goes the premier.
Darn you, Rochester.
Here he comes, Jack. He looks mad.
Yeah. Well, I'll straighten it out. Now, look, Mr. Freeman, here's exactly what happened. You see, we were parked right in front of the studio, and your bumper caught into the front of my car. Well, I saw you dragging us along, so I yelled at you, you know, and the first thing I knew we were waiting. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to explain why Jack Benny is not here for his customary introduction. As you may remember, Jack has been having a lot of trouble lately with Paramount regarding the premiere of his picture that he recently made with Fred Allen.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Last week, Jack spoke on the telephone to Mark Sandridge, his director, about this matter, but got absolutely no satisfaction.
Yeah, he spoke on the phone.
Then he got in touch with Mr. LeBaron, who is in charge of production at Paramount, and also Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. But in neither instance was Jack successful in achieving his purpose.
Oh, it was awful.
Dennis, please. I'm trying to explain something.
Say, Don, I thought Jackson had that premiere all set for Waukegan. What's he beefing about?
Well, it's not settled yet, Phil. In fact, Jack is over at Paramount right now trying to sell Mr. Sandridge the idea. Mary is with him, and I doubt very much.
Hello, Mr. Sandwich's office. Sorry, he's busy right now. Very well, I'll have him call you.
Now, look here, Miss Wellman. I've been waiting an hour and a half to see Mr. Sandridge. Will you please do something about it?
I've already told you, Mr. Benny, he'll see you just as soon as he's through with his conference.
Conference. Who's he in conference with?
You're at the keyhole, you tell me.
I'm not at the keyhole. I'm bending over to tie my shoe.
How can you tie a shoe with buttons on it?
All right, I'm buttoning my shoe. My goodness.
Oh, Jack, come over here and sit down, will you?
Listen, Mary, I don't like being kicked around like this. The premiere of my picture is going to be held in Waukegan, and I'm going to settle it right now.
But they already promised Fred Allen that they were going to have it in his hometown, Old Orchard, Maine.
Old Orchard, Maine? What a hick burg that is.
Oh, it's not such a small town.
It isn't. Why, in Old Orchard, you can buy a sack of potatoes, a plug of tobacco, a brassiere, and a dish of chow mein in the post office. Talk about a small town. I played there in vaudeville once, and there were only 8 people in the theater.
That happened to you in Pittsburgh, too.
It did not. And another thing, who'd go to Old Orchard, a summer resort, in the wintertime?
Well, you should have heard Allen Wednesday night. He said there's more life in Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Oh, yeah? Well, he ought to be in Waukegan on a Saturday night. Talk about excitement. Well, you can hardly cross the street without getting run over.
Well, naturally, what does a stoplight mean to a horse?
I'm talking about automobiles. Let me tell you something, Mary. That town is pretty busy.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sandridge. Yes, any bay is ill say ear hay.
And tell him I'm going to say ear hay, too. You don't have to pull that pig Latin on me, Miss Wellman. I've been around.
Oh, Jack, will you please sit down? You make me nervous.
All right. Pardon me, sir. Is this seat taken?
No, I'll move my derby.
Thank you. I noticed you sitting here. Are you waiting for Mr. Sandridge, too?
Yeah, I've been trying to see him for 3 days. I'm a writer.
A writer, eh?
Yeah, my name is Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway? Gee, Mary, this gentleman here is Ernest Hemingway.
Not Ernest. Ernest.
Oh.
Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, Ernest Hemingway.
Yeah, the Hemming's in the middle.
Oh, I see. Then you're not the famous author of For Whom the Bell Tolls.
No, I ain't even got an alarm clock.
Oh, very funny. Say, Mary, this guy looks like an ex-prize fighter or something, huh?
Yeah, I'd hate to lose a dime in his ear.
You said it.
Good afternoon, Miss Wellman. Is Mr. Sandridge in his office, please?
Go right in, Mr. Lopez. He's expecting you.
Gracias.
Hey, wait a minute, Miss Wellman. I was here before him. Who's this Lopez guy?
Mr. Sandridge is taking rumba lessons.
Rumba lessons? That's fine. He takes rumba lessons while I sit out here and wait. Who was Sandridge before he directed my pictures, anyway?
Who was he?
Yes.
Why, Mark Sanders directed some of the best pictures Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers ever made.
Is that so?
Flying Down to Rio, Top Hat, Follow the Fleet, The Gay Divorce.
You call those pictures? Did he direct Mr. Deeds Goes to Town? Or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
No, but he's going to direct Mr. Benny Goes to Old Orchard.
No, he's not. Anyway, Mary, I should think you'd be on my side in getting this premiere settled.
Well, I don't want to go to Waukegan and get caught in all that traffic.
Oh, keep still, will you?
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Hemingway, this is Miss Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
The feeling is mutual.
Mary, please, he's an author. Incidentally, what have you written lately, Mr. Hemingway?
Did you see Gone with the Wind?
Yes.
Well, I wrote a sequel to it, Back with a Breeze.
Well, is it any good?
It didn't intrigue me.
Oh, well, you're just modest.
Hello, Miss W. Is MS tied up?
No, go right in, BG.
Okay.
Hey, who's BG?
He's with RKO.
Okay, MNX. What is this, anyway? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, here's a movie magazine. Read it and relax.
Okay, give it to me. Fine move to look at a movie magazine.
Hey, buddy, your face is familiar. Are you Jack Benny, the new dog catcher of Beverly Hills?
That's what this badge says. I just took office last week.
Oh, Jack, look at the magazine. Here's a picture of you dancing with Barbara Stanwyck at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, yeah. See what a blank expression on my face. You'd think I'd be smiling or something.
That's a coconut. You're on the left.
Oh, yeah, yes, I am smiling. Well, I must put this in my scrapbook. Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Say, boss, I think I ought to move the car over to the parking lot across the street.
Leave it where it is. I'll be out in a little while.
Yeah, but I've been parked in a 10-minute zone for over 3 hours.
What's the difference? The policeman won't bother you.
He won't, eh?
No.
This ticket he gave me ain't for the Ballet Rouge.
He gave you a ticket. Why didn't you talk him out of it? Why'd you tell him you just pulled in?
He'd never believe that, boss.
Why not?
I was asleep in the back seat.
You imagine that, Mary?
Well, it's not his fault.
It is, too. Rochester can sleep on his time off.
Time off?
Yes.
Boss, you got me so used to working that last night when I was asleep, I picked all the cotton out of my quilt.
Never mind. Now go out and move that car across the street.
Okay. You want me to put it in the 25-cent lot or the 15-cent lot?
Well...
What am I talking about? Come on, boy.
Always thinks he's so smart. Wait till he pays for that quilt he pulled apart. Hey, Miss Wellman, what about Sandwich? Am I going to see him or not? I've been waiting here
Hello, Miss Wellman. Is your boss tied up?
Go right in, Mr. Welch. He's expecting you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy get in so quick?
That's Mr. Welch. He's a salesman.
Well, it's a fine thing when a salesman can get in ahead of me. What's going on here, anyway?
Oh, keep your shirt on.
What did you say?
Do you want me to slug it for you, buddy?
No, but thanks just the same. Come on, Mary. We're going to Mr. LeBaron's office. I'll get this thing settled once and for all.
All right, all right.
I'll go with you, buddy.
So long, Miss Wellman. Thanks for everything. Leave me. I'll tell Mr. LeBaron plenty about how Sandwich gave me the runaround. Now, let's see. Where's his office?
Programs. You can't tell LeBaron from Sandwich without a program.
Oh, get away from me! Come on, Mary.
Yes, Mr. LeBaron. Yes, he's still here.
Gonna stay here, too.
I've told him that, Mr. LeBaron, but he says he wants to settle it right now. Very well.
Now, what did he say? Can I go in to see him?
Not yet, Mr. Benny. He's in the midst of a very important meeting.
Meeting conference. That's a lot of baloney. Now, see here, Mr. Nelson, I know what's going on. You can't pull the wool over my eyes.
I wouldn't pull anything over them. They're beautiful.
Now, wait a minute. Just because my eyes happen to be one of my best features, you don't have to give me that soft soap. I know what time it is.
Oh, Jack, sit down, will you?
All right.
Hey, look out for my derby.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Hemingway. Do you have to see Mr. LeBaron, too?
Yeah, I want to show him a new story I wrote. It'll make a superb picture.
Oh, what's it about?
Well, it's about two people that are thrown together by fate. Then, through the intervention of circumstances, they're split up. But they still yearn for each other.
Yoing?
Yeah. And although there are moments of stark tragedy, there is a strong undercurrent of love and passion.
Well, what's the title of your story?
Desire like anything.
Well, it really sounds like a great plot, huh?
You know, Jack, that would make a swell picture for you.
It would?
Yeah, I can see either you or Ronald Coleman in it.
Yeah, I guess Coleman could handle it, too. Although...
But he'd never be as convincing as you. Huh, Jack?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but he...
He hasn't got near the class you have.
Well, now that you mention it...
I ought to punch you right in those big blue eyes.
Mary.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
You stay out of this. Now, Mr. Hemingway.
Yeah?
The premise of your story is very good, but I'd like to suggest a few changes. For instance, at the beginning, when the couple are together, they... Hey, what's that marching going on out there?
That's Cecil B. DeMille and his staff.
Oh. Well, they keep step perfectly. What was I going to say, Mr. Hemingway? A story like yours should have more.
Hello, Nelson. Is Mr. LeBaron tied up?
Oh, go right in, Mr. Welch. He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy always get in ahead of me?
Well, that's Mr. Will.
I know, but who's Will?
He sells Christmas cards.
Well, that tops everything. So mad I can't see straight.
Oh, Jack, don't be so jealous. He probably buys cards from him every year.
I don't care about losing a sale. I want to get this premiere settled.
Well, settle it later.
I'll settle it right now. Now, look, Mr. Nelson. This is a very important matter to me. And if you think I'm going to sit around in the one office and then another...
Salute, Jack. Here comes Camille again.
Oh, nuts! Oh, he's marching. Suppose a guy with flat feet couldn't work for him. Well, as long as I have to sit here, we might as well eat lunch. Open the box, Mary.
Okay.
Had a hunch that I'd be tied up here all day.
What do you have, Jack?
Let's see. Mary, don't squeeze those sandwiches. The peanut butter's coming out.
Oh, you and your darn peanut butter. Don't you ever have meat in the house?
There's some pressed ham there. Look under the bagels. Now, give me one of those hard-boiled eggs.
Say, those sandwiches there look good.
Oh, pardon me. Would you care for something, Mr. Hemingway?
Call me earnest. We're going to be together for a long time.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Mary, see if there's any salt in there, will you?
Hey, Blue Eyes, will you please throw those eggshells in the basket?
All right. Wish he'd stop calling me Blue Eyes. Makes me so self-conscious, I'm sorry I've got him. Yeah, I wish we had some coffee.
Hey, Ernest, do you want a hard-boiled egg?
Yeah, have one.
Thanks.
Say, boss,
What is it, Rochester?
I'm still waiting for you.
Won't be long now. Did you put the car in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
You'd have done it in the first place. You'd never have gotten a ticket.
By the way, boss, getting to that parking lot involves a left-hand turn in the middle of the block.
Well?
And you know that great big sign there that says no U-turn?
Uh-huh.
Well, I made a figure 8 and got 2 more tickets.
That's the last straw. Rochester, you go right back and tell that policeman who you are. Tell him you're working for Jack Benny, the movie star.
I told him that, and he threw his book at me.
Now go sit in the car and wait for me.
Okay.
Guy gets into more trouble. Let's see what else is there to eat here. Say, Mary, this is sort of a picnic here, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Miss Martin.
Hello, Frank. Is Mr. LeBaron busy?
Yes, but I'll tell him you're here. Pardon me.
Say, Jack, get a load of that cute kid that just came in.
Huh? Hey, that's Mary Martin, the leading lady in my picture. Darn this 3-decker sandwich, I can't see a thing over it. Gosh, isn't she pretty?
Oh, every girl is pretty to you.
Now, Mary, don't be catty. Hello, Miss Martin.
Oh, hello, Jack, dear. How are you?
Gee, it's good to see you again, darling.
Dear darling, you actors make me sick.
Now, stop. Mary, this is Mary Martin.
Hello, honey. How long have you been a blonde?
Mary!
Well, Mary Livingston and Mary Martin. We both have the same first name, haven't we?
What do you want me to do, change mine to Butch?
Mary, behave yourself.
My heart belongs to Daddy. I'm sick of that, too.
Now, cut that out. You know, Miss Martin, Mary is always jealous of my leading ladies, you know.
I can't understand why. Our relationship has been strictly business.
Well, it might have been with you, but some of those love scenes we did in the picture were a bit on the torrid side. I'll bet you won't forget my kisses for a long time. Eh, Miss Martin?
Loud, weren't they?
Oh, now, Miss Martin.
All of a sudden, I like her.
Mary, please.
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me, Oinus. Miss Martin, this is Mr. Hemingway.
I'm very glad to know you.
Oh, boy, if you only meant that.
Oinus! Say, Miss Martin, You know, I'm the new dog catcher in Beverly Hills. I was elected last week.
Well, congratulations. I can't wait till I get home and tell Rover.
Rover better have a license. I don't play favorites, you know.
Mr. LeBaron, I'll see you now, Miss Martin.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've got to go in now, Jack, and sing one of the numbers from our picture for Mr. LeBaron. He hasn't heard it yet.
Oh. Well, say, I'll go in with you. I've got to see Mr. LeBaron anyway.
Just a moment, Mr. Benny. He wants you to wait until Miss Martin is through.
Well, now, wait a minute. She sings that song to me in the picture. There's no reason why I can't go in with her.
Oh, Jack, sit down.
I won't sit down.
This way, Miss Martin.
So long, Jack. See you later.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Now, listen, Nelson. This whole thing is your fault. I bet you didn't even tell Mr. LeBaron I was waiting.
Oh, go chase a dog.
That's only in Beverly Hills. Well, that does it. I wait around all day and I can't see Sandra. And now it's LeBaron. Well, I'm going over to see Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. That's why I'm going to see Mr. Freeman. Come on, Mary.
All right, all right.
Wait a minute, buddy. I'll go with you.
It's the most embarrassing thing I ever heard of. I'll tell Mr. Freeman about it.
Yes? Yes? Oh, Mr. Freeman, Jack Benny is here.
Darn right on.
Yes, it's about the premiere. All right, I'll tell him.
Well, Miss Brecker, how long will I have to wait?
Just a few minutes. Sit down, kid.
Thanks. You know, Mary, I won't have any trouble getting in to see Mr. Freeman. He's a Southern gentleman.
Why don't you stick some mint in your ear and go in as a julep?
Oh, don't be funny.
Say, buddy, you want a little snort while we're waiting?
Oinus, put that bottle away. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it out the window.
Don't do that. You'll blow the joint up.
Oh, my goodness. What is that stuff, anyway?
Hello, Miss Brecker. Here's that film Mr. Freeman wanted.
Thank you.
Oh, Mary, there's the cameraman that photographs me in most of my pictures. Hello, Teddy. What's the matter with that guy? He always does that when he sees me. Say, Miss Brecker, I don't want to seem impatient, but I really got to get out of here. Would you please check with Mr. Freeman again?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Freeman, that northerner is still here.
Northerner? Well, Keegan is just over the line. What's the matter with her?
Yes, Mr. Freeman, I'll tell him.
Well?
Mr. Freeman said he'd be with you in a few minutes.
A few minutes. Don't you start pulling that stuff.
Well, don't you get tough with me. I'm big enough to throw you right out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I wish you'd turn around. I'd like to run a home movie on your back. Well, that's all I can do now is sit here and wait.
Hey, Ines,
What?
what do you have to see Mr. Freeman about?
It's that love story I wrote. I want to try and sell it.
Oh,
Did you like it, Toots?
yeah, it was swell. Jack, what are you doing with that electric razor?
I'm shaving. What do you think I'm doing?
Mr. Benny, there'll be no shaving in this building.
Oh, no? Well, my whiskers grew in this building, and I'm going to whack them off here. Now, let me alone.
Put that razor away or I'll throw you out.
Oh, all right. You think I was using up $1,000 worth of electricity?
Oh, hello, Colonel Beaumont.
Hello, honey child. I wonder if I could see Mr. Freeman.
You sure can. Go right in, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the way. Say, honey, child, I'm Papa asked to see Miss Freeman myself.
Shut up.
Well, the colonel got in that way. I wish there was something Southern about me. I got to see Freeman.
Why don't you show your Confederate money?
I gave it all to Dennis the first year he worked for me. Now, look, Miss Brecker, I'm going to wait just 5 more...
Hello, Miss Brecker.
Go right in, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, he sells Christmas cards.
Well, it's almost Christmas, isn't it?
You're darn right it is, and I don't want to hang up my stocking here. Now, this has gone just far enough.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't mind waiting in Mr. Sandwich's office for 3 hours, and I don't mind getting the runaround from Mr. LeBaron. So when a salesman can walk in here and see the head of the studio without any appointment.
Can I speak to you a minute, boss?
I'll see you later, Rochester. While I've been sitting here.
You know those 3 tickets I got?
While I've been sitting here.
Well, one more ain't gonna kill us, is it?
What?
See you later, boss.
Now listen here, Miss Brecker. I'm a pretty big star, whether you know it or not. And I won't stand being kicked around. I had to eat my lunch here. I even had a shave here.
Your bath is ready, Jack.
Now cut that out. Miss Brecker, I'll give you just 2 seconds to press that buzzer and call Mr. Freeman.
Here comes the bill again.
Who cares? Now that's final, Miss Brecker. Do I get in there or not? Oh, my goodness, what's that for?
They play Dixie every time they pass Mr. Freeman's window.
Oh, nuts, I'm going home. Come on, Mary.
Okay.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Come on, Oinus, I'm going over to see Barney Dean.
Barney Dean, who's he?
Only the janitor, but he'll speak to me. Come on. Hey, Mary, you know what?
What?
I should have asked Mary Martin to take my side about the premiere being held in Waukegan.
Well, what good would that do?
What good would it do? Can't you see? There'd be 2 of us for Waukegan, and Alan wouldn't stand a chance. Gee, I wonder where I can find her.
Well, she's on the Maxwell House program Thursday night. Why don't you go over there and speak to her?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Thanks, Oinus. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary every Sunday night at
Wait a
this time-
minute, Don. Wait a minute. Hold everything. This introduction is on me. All right, boys, let's have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the bridegroom of the Jell-O program, Don Wilson. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Well, there you are, Don. There's our little send-off for you. And we all wish you and the bride a lot of success and happiness.
Well, thank you, Jack. Thanks very much.
Why, Don, you're blushing.
I am Don.
You are, too. Look at them, folks. 300 pounds of love. Tell me, Don, where did you spend your honeymoon?
We went down to Coronado Beach for 3 days.
Oh, Coronado's an ideal place for a honeymoon. A beautiful hotel, gorgeous scenery, and a lovely swimming pool.
Yes, that terrible thing happened, Jack.
What?
We forgot to take our bathing suits.
Oh, that was a shame. A fine honeymoon with no swimming. But I'll tell you one thing, Don.
Hello, Don. Congratulations to the bridegroom.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Isn't that wonderful, Mary? Just think. Little Cupid shot his arrow and hit our own Donzy.
Well, if Cupid couldn't hit Wilson, he ought to go out of business.
Mary, be sentimental, will you? Say, by the way, Don, did you get the wedding present I sent you? I hope you liked it.
Oh, it's beautiful, Jack. Thanks. I haven't seen any of those in a long time.
Well, it was no easy job getting it. I had to shop all over.
What did he give you, Don?
A lovely bowl of wax fruit.
Yes, sir. You know, Don, I was going to send you some silverware, but you know how it is. Everybody sends silverware.
Everybody but Benny. He sends wax fruit.
I knew what I was doing, Mary. You know, newlyweds always get more silver than they can use.
Well, not in our case, Jack. As a matter of fact, we didn't get any silver at all.
Oh, Don, I wish I had known that.
Yeah, you could have sent him a lock of your hair.
All right, Mary, how was I to know?
I never saw anybody like you, Jack. You always give the oldest, corniest presents.
Is that so?
Last year at my birthday, you sent me a bustle.
But it was full of chocolates. Don't forget that. Supposed to be a novelty. Spent $1.50 a pound for that bustle, and she's complaining. Anyway, Don.
Well, what good is candy after you sit on it?
You weren't supposed to sit on it. Anyway, Don.
Hard centers yet.
Now, Mary, forget it. Anyway, Don liked the wedding gift I sent him. He said it was lovely.
Sure was, Jack. But I meant to tell you something about that bowl of fruit.
Oh, is there something wrong with it?
Yes, one of the bananas doesn't light up.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, take it back, brother. Take it back. I bought it at Magnan's, and it's guaranteed.
Magnan's?
Yes, Sam Magnan's. He's got an antique shop in Pismo Beach. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, hello, Don. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
So you went and done it, eh, Don, you lucky son of a gun?
Yes, sir, and I'm very happy.
Oh, I envy you, kid. That's the life, believe me.
What?
You know, Jackson, a guy gets pretty tired of running around night after night. No sleep, no home life. What does it get you?
Is he kidding?
No, on the level, fellas. I'd like to move away from the city and buy a little ranch out in the valley.
Well, why don't you?
That fresh air would kill me.
I believe you. Phil, you're a fine guy to talk about settling down. The hours you keep.
Well, I can't help it, Jackson. I work at the Wilshire Bowl every night until 1 o'clock, don't I?
Well?
By the time I get a cup of coffee, it's 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? Phil, why don't you try having a cup of coffee just once without taking the waitress home? Just one.
Well, you know me. I gotta have sugar with my coffee. Do you get it, Jackson?
No, Phil. I'm not as sharp as I used to be.
Well, don't you get it? The waitress is sweet, so
Go on, you corny Joe. All right, can you imagine a guy pulling one like that and then trying to explain it?
You think that's bad? You should have heard the gag he pulled at the bowl the other night.
What was it?
Well, Phil was announcing a song, so he said, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next number is all about the manicurist who married the millionaire.
What was the title of it?
I'll never file again."
Holy mackerel! You know, Phil, if you'd keep your mouth shut at the Wilshire Bowl, they could put a cover charge on. Believe me. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, what I know about Don Wilson.
What?
I saw him at the Coronado Hotel last week, and he wasn't alone.
That was his wife.
Oh.
For your information, Dennis, he got married.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, Dennis.
You know, that marriage business might be all right for a guy like you, but none of that stuff for me.
Listen, young man, it wouldn't hurt you to meet some nice little home girl and settle down.
Nothing's doing. I wouldn't give up Hetty Lamar for anything in the world.
Hetty Lamar? Why, she doesn't even know you're alive.
I can wait.
Well, Dennis, while you're waiting, how about singing your song right now?
Okay, I'm going to sing Two Dreams Met, and I dedicate it to Mr. and Mrs. Don Wilson and Hetty Lamar.
All right. Go ahead. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I shot an arrow into the air and hit Don Wilson. You know where.
Well, who are you?
I am Cupid with no clothes on. And now I'll run. I'm nearly frozen.
Well, that's the most stupid Cupid I've seen in years. Sing, Dennis. Very good. That was Two Dreams Met, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. You know, Dennis, there have been a lot of dream songs lately.
Yeah, lately.
Two dreams met, Dream Valley. Now I lay me down to dream of you. That seems to be the vogue right now.
Yeah, the vogue.
Dennis. And they're all good, too. That's the funny part of it.
Talking about dream songs, Jackson, I just wrote a Lulu. It's going to be published in a couple of weeks.
What's the name of your song, Phil?
Eskimo Dream Girl, Don't Blubber Over Me.
Oh, well, that's a beautiful thought. Don't blubber over me. What's it about? Is it a ballad?
Well, it's a sort of a torch song. It's about an American guy that goes up to Alaska and he meets this Eskimo girl.
Uh-huh.
But she can't speak Eskimon, so the
Eskimon? First place, it's but he can't speak Eskimon. What's that?
Well,
that's her language. You don't speak it.
That's
right.
Well...
Not even you can't read your own line, but you don't know what page it's on. Well, Phil, what's the outcome of this fascinating saga of the North?
Well, the guy drives away with his dog team, and the girl stands there waving her igloo at him.
Phil, an igloo is a house made of ice.
Oh, well, I better rewrite that part.
Yeah. Learn how to read, too. It'll be good.
Reading's not going to help this any. Say, Mary, how about you and me singing it some night? You can be my Eskimo girl.
I'd rather be the dog team.
You got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to announce Dennis. What do you got your hand up in the air for?
I want to ask a question.
Oh. Well, in the first place, this isn't a schoolroom. And in the second place, when you want to ask a question, you raise all fingers, not just one. Now, what's the question?
Well, my mother wants to know if we're going to be in Waukegan for the Christmas holidays.
No, Dennis, we're not going to Waukegan. As a matter of fact, fellas, the premiere of my picture is going to be held in New York City.
New York City?
Yes. Alan wanted it in Old Orchard, Maine, and I wanted it in Waukegan, so I figured New York would be a fair compromise.
What do you mean, a fair compromise?
I mean, just what I say.
What are you talking about? Old Orchard, Maine is much closer to New York than Waukegan is.
It is not.
It is, too.
Would you like to make a little bet on that? About $50?
You're darn right I would.
Well, go find a sucker. Don't bother me. I guess that'll hold you, brother.
Oh, boy, are you a welcher?
I'm not a welcher. But I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
Dennis is over 21.
I mean coal miners. There are 3 boys in Phil's band from Scranton. The trombone section with the candle in their derby. Now, let's forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Would you mind terribly if I ran along? I promised the little woman that I'd get home early tonight.
No, go right ahead, Don, but I was going to buy you a bottle of champagne across the street at the Tropics right after the show. You know, I think a celebration is in order.
Oh, say, I've got a great idea. Why don't you and the gang come over to the house? I want you all to meet my wife.
Tonight? Oh, Don, that would be an imposition. 5 of us barging in without any notice or anything.
Oh, it's no imposition at all. Peggy'd love to have you.
But, Don, don't you think you ought to call your wife up and let her know we're coming? You know, barging in like this with a whole gang of people.
No, Jack, the little woman won't mind. Really, she's a peach.
Well, all right. Come on, fellas, let's go. Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I haven't got time to talk to you now. We're on our way to the valley.
Well, I heard you say you were going to New York for the premiere. Does that include your loyal, devoted, and I got my clothes packed already, butler?
Yes, but I don't know why I'm taking you. The last time we were in New York, I didn't see you for 2 weeks.
You didn't look in the right places.
I'm not supposed to look for you. You're working for me, remember?
Yes, sir.
Imagine packing already. I never saw anybody so anxious to leave.
Boss, I can't wait till I get to New York. You know, the last time we were there, I only got halfway through the Metropolitan Museum. And the view from the Statue of Liberty. Why, of course, I could just stand there for hours, lost in meditation. And you know that library on Fifth Avenue?
Yes.
Well, that offers endless cultural opportunities of which one must imbibe freely.
I see. Then, from what I understand, Rochester, you're only interested in the cultural side of New York.
Up to dust, then strap me down.
I thought so. I know you look like a book. Now, listen, Rochester. I have to prepare for the trip east, so I want you to send my heavy overcoat to the cleaners.
Oh, yes, the one with the green velvet collar.
That's black velvet.
Have you seen it lately?
Never mind. Just send it to the cleaners.
Okay. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I think you ought to give up that job as dog catcher at Beverly Hills.
Why?
You know those 2 Great Danes you captured yesterday?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Darrell Zanuck was just here and says one of them is his polo pony.
Which one?
The one that whinnies.
Well, all right, give it to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Say, boss, I don't think the other one's a Great Dane either.
It is true.
Okay, I'll take the saddle off. So long.
That's the last time I'll go out chasing dogs without my glasses. Well, come on, fellas, let's go.
I got the cab waiting, Jack.
That's swell, but I still think you ought to call up your wife.
Oh, Don knows what he's doing.
All right, let's go then. Don, I'm still worried. Are you sure your wife won't mind?
No, she'll be delighted to have you.
Am I heavy on your lap, Miss Livingston?
Yeah. Phil, why don't you hold Dennis for a while?
I just had my pants pressed. Put them on the floor.
Phil.
Well, here we are. Driver, pull up at that little white cottage there.
Okay.
Well, this is it, fellas. How much is that, driver?
$2.35.
Here you are.
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. This is on me.
Oh, no, I want to pay it.
Gee, you got a cute house there, Don. Yes, sir.
Nothing doing, Dennis. I want to pay the fare.
Oh, Mr. Harris, let me pay it.
Next time, Dennis. This is my tree.
No, I insist I'm paying.
Got rose bushes around the door and everything. Oh, it's beautiful, you know.
Oh, Jack, pay for the cab and let's go in.
Pay for it? I'm not even in the argument. Oh, all right. How much you say that was, driver?
$2.35.
Here's $2.50. Keep the change.
Oh, goody. Now my wife can have another baby.
Wise guy. Well, let's go in, Don.
You know, Jack, I was just thinking that maybe I should have called up my wife first.
What?
Well, with 5 people barging in unexpectedly, it might kind of upset her.
That's what I told you at the studio. I told you to call up your wife. Come on, Don. Don't be afraid. Let's go in.
Oh, it's not that I'm afraid, Phil.
I can understand Don's side of it, all of us barging in like this.
Barging, smarging. I said that at the studio. I said, let's call the little woman up. Call her up, I said.
Quiet, will you? I'll tell you what, fellas. You all hide in the rose bushes, and I'll go in and tell Peggy that some of the gang might drop in unexpectedly. That'll kind of soften the blow.
What blow? I told you at the studio. Oh, come on, Jackson. Let's do it his way.
All right. Come on, we'll hide in the rose bushes. Ouch, he's torn. Make it snappy, Don. Silliest thing I've ever heard of.
Oh, be quiet and get off my foot.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Oh, darling, you're home early.
I told you I would be. Gee, I'm hungry, dear. You got something good for supper?
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't have a chance to do any shopping, so I'll just open a can of tuna fish.
Oh, that's swell, dearest.
Then 2.5 already. I'm going to get tuna fish.
What are you worrying about? You're not even in yet.
Thing that burns me up, I'm the guy that told him to call her up.
Hey, Jackson, have you got a cigarette?
What?
I say, have you got a cigarette?
No, here's a cigar.
Thanks. Oh, boy, Corona.
Don't let the label fool you.
Very funny. I wonder if Don's going to be... Hey, Dennis, stop eating those roses.
Well, I'm hungry.
So am I, but I'm going to wait. How are they?
They need salt.
Oh, stop. Hey, quiet, fellas. The porch light just went on.
Hey, fellas, are you still there?
Yeah.
Well, I just told Peggy that I saw Phil and Mary pulling up in a car, so you two better come on in first.
What about me?
You weren't in the car.
Well, for Pete's sake, I could be. You made the whole thing up. Let's all go in.
No, you can't do that. Mary and Phil come first.
Okay.
See you later, Jack.
The darndest mess I ever got into.
Yeah.
I told him at the studio, 5... Call her up, Don. Call up your wife. That's all. Call up the little woman. But no. He has to be a wise guy. And on top of that, it looks like it's going to rain.
It'll be wonderful for the roses.
Not for the roses. If I get pneumonia once more, I'm a goner.
Yeah.
Roses. Wouldn't mind waiting out here, but the worst of it is I got to talk to you.
What do we talk about?
Nothing. Just be quiet and eat your roses. It's getting chilly, too. Here comes Don again.
Hey, Dennis, come on in.
Dennis?
Yeah, I told my wife I just saw him riding up on his bicycle.
Well, as long as you're dreaming things up, why didn't you see me on the handlebar? Use your bean.
Don't worry, Jack. You're next. Well, look who's here, darling. Dennis Day.
Look who's here, darling. Dennis Day. I ought to have my head again. I can't get over it. If I told him once in the street, I told him 5 times. Call your wife. Let's not barge in on the little woman. Oh, fine. It's going to rain, all right. Can't get over that. I beg. I pleaded with her. Don, I said, call her. Don't barge in on the little woman. Call her up. Let her know we're coming. Never saw anything. I knew it. Well, here it comes. I'm going to get soaked. Oh, the heck with Wilson. I'm going to walk right in that house, ready or not. If he thinks I'm going to say...
Pick him up, buddy.
Huh?
You heard me. Pick him up.
Pick him up? Are you a burglar?
I ain't Santa Claus.
Now, look, mister.
Come on. Where do you carry it, though?
In my right shoe. But look, mister. I was invited to a party in this house. I'm not even supposed to be out
Get
here.
that shoe off.
It's raining. I'll get my foot wet. Now, please.
Hey, Jack! Oh, Jack! Keep your mouth shut or I'll kill you.
But he's calling me. Can't you hear?
Jack! Jack, where are you? Not a peep out of you, buddy.
There's nobody out there, darling. You must have been mistaken.
Oh, I guess I was, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, buddy. Off with that shoe.
Now, listen, mister. If I take the shoe off, I'll never get it back on again. I haven't got my button hook with me. Now, please, go away.
Come on, give me your dough.
But listen, buddy, this isn't fair. I wouldn't have been here at all if Don Wilson had taken my advice.
What are you talking about?
I'm not kidding you, buddy. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. Call up your wife, Don. 5 people barging in on the little woman. It's an imposition. But would he listen to me? No. He had to be a wise guy. A smart ass. He wouldn't listen. Darn it. I got all my dough. I can't get my shoe back on. Oh, well.
Pardon me. Does Don Wilson live in this house?
He's married, Cupid. You got him one.
Why don't I write things down?
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I regret to announce that Jack Benny has been confined to his bed for the past week with a severe cold due to an unfortunate occurrence at my house last Sunday. It seems that I invited Jack and the rest of the gang over to meet my wife, and while Jack was waiting outside, it started to rain.
Whole week flat on my back in bed. And for what? I ought to have my head examined. If I told a guy once, I told him 5 times. I said, Don, call up your wife. Call her up, I said. Let's not barge in on the little woman. But no, Peggy's a peach. She won't mind. She just loves to have me. Oh, nurse.
Yes, boss?
Take this hot water bag away. It leaks. Look at this hole.
It's okay if you keep your finger in it.
I told you to have it patched. Look at me. My nightie is so clear through. You're a fine nurse.
What's that, boss?
I said you're a fine nurse.
Well, you've only been sick a week. I ain't had time to get a diploma.
Rochester, all I'm asking for is a little help. If you'd only try... Answer the phone.
Hello? Yes? He's feeling much better, Miss Lamar.
Well?
Yes, ma'am. I'm telling Miss Lamar. Thanks for calling.
That was sweet. Who was that, Rochester? Hetty Lamar?
No, Dorothy.
Oh, you mean Dorothy Lamour?
No, Dorothy Lamar. She's the cook next door.
Oh, her. Oh. Well, she works for Ronald Coleman. Ronnie probably wants to know how I'm getting along.
You'll make something out of it, won't you, boys?
Well, that's undoubtedly what it was. Mary, I told you not to fuss around the kitchen.
Now, Jack, you've got to eat this omelet I made for you. It'll do you good.
I don't want an omelet.
You've got to have something. Here.
Oh, all right. Can't taste anything with this darn cold.
Rochester, did Mr. Benny sleep well last night?
No, Miss Livingston. He tossed and turned and kept talking in his sleep all the time.
What'd he say?
Said he was going to give me a raise.
Well, I'm not.
You mumble again tonight, and I'm going to stick a checkbook in your hand.
Don't try to pull any fast ones, Rochester. Mary, what did you put in this omelet?
Vapor rub. You've got a cold, haven't you?
Vapor rub? That stuff is to rub on. It's supposed to be used externally.
All right, put the omelet on your chest and leave me alone.
You leave me alone.
I never saw anybody so cranky. It's your own fault that you've got a cold.
My fault? I suppose it was my fault that Don Wilson invited us to his house and everybody got in but me. I suppose it was my fault that it started to rain and I got soaked.
Well, for heaven's sake, you don't expect him to bring home a whole gang of people without calling up his wife first.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Mary, you were at the studio. You heard me. How many times did I say, Don, call up your wife? Call her up, I said. Let's not barge in on the little woman. But would he listen to me? Achoo.
Good all right, boss.
Thanks. No, he had to go and achoo.
Gesundheit, Jack.
Thanks. He had to go and bring the whole gang out to the...
Achoo. Good all right, boss.
Thanks. Out to the house without letting her know a thing about it. I wouldn't have minded that so much, but when we...
Achoo.
I don't feel good. I wish the doctor would get here.
Well, go to sleep for a while. The rest will do you good.
I can't rest. So uncomfortable lying here.
Why don't you take some of those silver dollars out of the mattress?
What are you talking about, silver dollars? There's nothing in my mattress but feathers.
You ought to hear them clink when I make up the bed.
Now stop, both of you. I'm in no mood for nonsense.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How do you feel?
Not so hot. I'm dizzy, my eyes are bleary, I'm weak, and I ache all over.
Well, you're not a kid anymore, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute. There's only one thing the matter with me, Dennis. I've got a cold.
A cold, he says.
What's the matter with you? Haven't you ever had a cold?
Oh, Jack, don't be such an old crab.
No.
Gosh, when you're sick, you're always arguing.
Well, why is the kid making such an issue out of it? All I've got is a cold.
What's that on your chest, Mr. Benny?
An omelet. There's vapor rub in it. That was Mary's brilliant idea. When I wouldn't eat it, she said, put it on your chest.
Why, you big dodo. I only told you to put it on your chest for a gag.
Well, it feels wonderful, so the laugh's on you. I guess that makes you the dodo. Rochester, give me a cigar out of the humidor.
The humidor's empty, boss.
Empty? There were 4 cigars in there this morning. Now, where are they?
Did you take them, Miss Livingston?
No, she didn't take them, Miss Livingston?
Of course not. I'm smoking a pipe now.
Mary. Now, Rochester, what happened to... Hey, wait a minute. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
What are those 4 things sticking out of your vest pocket?
Those are brown fountain pens.
Give me those cigars! Now, here, Mary. Put them back in the humidor.
Okay.
I'm ashamed of you, Rochester. This should teach you not to take any cigars that don't belong to you.
It'll teach me to get deeper pockets, too.
Can't trust anybody around here.
Oh, Jack, why don't you take a nap and rest for a while?
Told you I can't sleep. I'm too nervous.
Well, close your eyes and relax. You'll be all right.
Okay, my eyes are closed. Am I asleep? No. Tell you, I'm too restless.
Do you want me to sing you to sleep, Mr. Benny?
Oh, fine. That's all I need.
You know I'm very soothing.
All right. Sing me to sleep. Hope it's Rockabye Baby in the treetop. That always gets me. I think I was 6 months old.
Go ahead. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
Darn, this mattress is so lumpy. I think I'll take it to the bank Monday.
Gee, I put him to sleep all right.
You sure did.
Look at him lying there. Doesn't he look like a baby, Miss Livingston?
Yeah, all he needs is a rattle and a ton of makeup. Hey, Rochester, now's your chance to get those cigars back.
Yeah, the doctor told him not to smoke.
Put those back! Now see what you've done. You broke the humidor.
Some humidor. It says cookies on it.
You can keep cookies or cigars in it as long as they're not together. Say, Rochester, I just happened to think of something. Did you tell Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, that we're going to New York next week?
Yeah, but I wouldn't leave him in the house alone, boss. He's getting crazier every day.
Oh, you just don't like him, that's all. What's he done now?
You know that spinning wheel he's got up in his room?
Yes.
Well, the other day he weaved himself a magic carpet.
A magic carpet? Now, that doesn't mean he's crazy.
You don't, eh? He flew all over Westwood this morning.
What?
Not only that, but he brought back a cloud for his room.
Oh, stop being ridiculous. A cloud, yes.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. How's the invalid?
Not so good, Phil. He's got a cold.
A cold, he says.
Now, Dennis, cut that out.
Oh, Jack. Look what Phil brought you.
Oh, why, you sentimental son of a gun, Phil. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for the flowers.
These ain't for you. I thought you had a nurse.
Well, I'll be darned. I'm sick in bed, and he brings flowers for the nurse.
Ain't you got one?
No, and if I did have a nurse, how would you know what she'd look like?
Listen, Jackson, what have I got to lose? If the dame's pretty, I give her the flowers.
Uh-huh.
And if she's homely, you can have them, her, and so long, Jackson.
Come back here. Certainly got that figured out, haven't you? Gee, I wish the doctor would get here. I've got chills again. Where's the thermometer, Rochester?
I'll get it, boss.
Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Yes? He's feeling much better, Miss Colbert. Yes, thank you. I'll tell him you called. Goodbye.
Well, who was that? Claudette Colbert?
No, Minnie.
Oh, Minnie Colbert. Oh, yeah. She's the cashier at the Vine Street Bowling Alley. You know, Phil, that girl kind of goes for me.
You're welcome to her, brother. She's got legs like a piano.
Well, she's behind the counter all day. Who sees her? Every fella that walks in that bowling alley is crazy about her. She has a beautiful face.
And why do they keep score on it?
Oh, quiet. I think every girl that likes me is homely.
What's on your chest there, Jackson?
An omelet. Give me the thermometer, Rochester.
Here you are. Open your mouth.
Say, Mary, has Don Wilson been over to see Jack?
Not yet. He's probably scared after what happened.
What's he scared about? It wasn't Don's fault.
It wasn't Don's fault. If I told him once, I told him fine. Don't bark, you little real one. It wasn't Don's fault.
Here, Rochester, what does the thermometer say? All right, what does it say?
19 more shopping days till Christmas.
Give me that and stop hinting. I wonder what's keeping that doctor.
Why don't you take some more of that cough medicine?
Oh, I hate it.
It's mighty good, boss. 60% alcohol.
60%. Give me a shot of that, Rochester.
Put that bottle down. All of a sudden, he's got a cold. You know, Phil, if the... Achoo!
Gesundheit, Mr. Benny.
Thanks. Who was that?
Mr. Billingsley. He's under the bed.
Under the bed? Well, I'll be... Mr. Billingsley, what are you doing under the bed?
I'm looking for my cloud. Have you seen it?
Your cloud? No, I haven't.
Well, if it comes by, duck. It's just full of rain.
Oh, I will. I will. Don't worry about that.
Well, good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
Not necessarily.
You know, I think Rochester was right about that guy. He frightens the tar out of me. Did he scare you too, Dennis?
This is Rochester. I'm white.
Geez, he's a weird fella. Phil, I'm nervous. Tune in the radio and let's get some music.
Okay.
Guy gives me the creep. Hey, how do you work this thing?
You've got it. Just turn it to the place over there. Turn that off, Phil.
Okay.
Say, Jack, that number was from your new picture, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called Isn't That Just Like Love? Mary Martin sings it to me. And you know, fellas, even though it's only a picture, you can't help but feel that deep down in her heart, she loves me.
Oh, pull up your omelet.
Cold, anyway. Hey, Rochester, I'm just commencing to feel hungry. Go downstairs and make me a sandwich out of that chicken you roasted yesterday.
I don't think it was roasted enough, boss.
What do you mean?
I opened the icebox this morning and it laid an egg right in my face.
Stop that. You're just too lazy to go downstairs. Now get me a sandwich.
Okay.
The guy smokes my cigars, won't do any work, drinks my cough medicine. Never saw anything like it.
Gesundheit.
That's only for sneezing. Doctor doesn't get here pretty soon. That must be him now. Come in.
Why, it's Don Wilson.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hi, Don.
Well,
Got a nerve to come here.
Well, hello, Jack. You know, I'm awfully sorry about what happened last week, and I came over to apologize. How do you feel?
Feel fine. I'm glad you barged in. How's the little woman?
Oh, Jackson, stop acting like a baby the way you're treating Don just because you caught a little cold.
It's not only the cold, but when he left me standing in the rain, a stick-up man came along and I got hooked for $8.65.
Don't forget you paid the cab fare, too.
I included that. It was a terrible experience.
Did the guy pull a gun on you, Jackson?
How else could he get $8.65?
That's so. I wasn't afraid of him.
Then why did you let him take your dough?
Because he stuck a gun in my rib.
Then why didn't you let him shoot you?
Because I got more money than blood and shut up. I hope you're happy, Mr. Wilson, for everything you...
Gesundheit.
Keep it. The trouble with you, Don Wilson, is you were afraid you'd get in wrong with your wife.
Oh, I was, huh?
Yes, you were, and you can't deny it.
The doctor's here, boss.
Oh. Well, it's about time. Hello, Doc.
Well, how's my little man this bright and cheery day?
As if you cared. I've been waiting for you since early this morning.
Well, don't holler at me. I was up all night with Gene Autry's horse.
Oh, fine. Well, now that you're here, you can look me over.
Yes, indeed. Now, let's see. What's wrong with you?
I've got a cold.
A cold, he says.
Well, that's what I've got, a cold. I'm so weak I can hardly move. And look at my eyes. They're all bloodshot.
Well, I think that little bit of red is beautiful with the blue.
I don't care about the color scheme. I want my cold cured. And another thing, I'm hungry. Is it all right if I eat something?
Oh, no. You should starve a cold and feed a fever.
Oh.
Or is it starve a fever and feed a cold?
You're the doctor. You tell me. Now, look, Doc, darn it, I'm sneezing all the time.
Well, I'll take care of that right away. Now, here.
What are you doing?
I'm going to put these 2 quarts in your nostrils.
Quarts? Now, wait a minute, Doctor.
Now, hold still.
But, Doctor.
There you are.
But, Doctor, I can't breathe now. I can't.
Achoo!
You see what happened? I could have told you that. Now, Doctor. Now, look, Dr. Leroy, I've got to go to New York a week from tomorrow. Do you think I can make it?
Yes, just get as much sleep as possible. Now, I'll leave a box of these pills, and you take one before retiring.
Okay.
Why don't you take one now, Jack, so you can rest for a while?
Yeah, I think I will.
Well, I'll run along now, Mr. Benny. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Who's my next patient? Oh, yes, Anne Sheridan's Cocker Spaniel.
A fine doctor I picked.
Well, it's your own fault. Why did you call a veterinary?
Because what happened to me shouldn't happen to a dog. Now, we should all go home and let me get some sleep.
Okay, Jackson. I'll give you a ring in the morning.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. I hope you'll feel better.
Thanks, Ennis. So long, Mary.
So long, Jack. See you tomorrow.
Rochester.
Rochester, if I get any calls, don't disturb me.
No. Turn out the light.
Okay, boss.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going with my 4 cigars?
Doggone, he's got eyes like an owl.
Put them back. And don't leave this house. I might need you.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Gee, I hope I can get a good night's rest. This pill does make you kind of drowsy at that. Gee, Wilson had a lot of nerve coming over here tonight. I can't get over that guy. All of this trouble I'm having for no reason at all. If I told him once, I told him 5 times. Call up your wife, the little woman, barging in.
No, he had to be a wife. What's that? Who's that at the window?
All right, buddy. Stick 'em up.
What?
Come on. Give me your dough.
Why, you're the same guy that got me Don Wilson's house. Remember, I was in the Rose Book.
Never mind that. Hand over your dough.
See, I gave you all the money I had in my shoe. Every cent of it. Remember?
This time I want your mattress.
Yikes! Oh, no, you don't. Hey, give me that gun. I'll teach you to break into people's houses.
No, don't shoot. Please, don't shoot.
Take that. Oh, my goodness. What have I done? I've killed him.
Why, boss, what's the matter?
Call police, Rochester. I just killed a man.
Wake up, boss, wake up.
I'm not asleep. I just killed a man. Can't you see?
Boss, wake up. You didn't kill anybody. You're dreaming.
Dreaming? Oh, thank heaven. Gee, it was so vivid. So real. You know, Rochester, you'd be proud of me if you had seen how brave I was just now.
What are you talking about?
Why, when that big tough burglar came in the room and stuck that gun in my face, was I scared? No. I grabbed the gun out of his hand and I let him have it. Bang, 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 bang. Boy, did I give it to him.
Boss, when you get the right pill, you're a tiger.
You said it. Well, I'm going back to sleep now, Rochester. If anything happens, I'll let you know. Good night.
Good night, boss. What a man.
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present a man I have been associated with for many years and whom I am proud to call my friend.
Oh, sure. He invites his friend over to his house and leaves his friend standing out in the rain.
A man whose generosity and forgiving nature permits him to harbor no grudge against anyone.
Anyone but you. You don't have to give me that soft soap. I was in bed with a cold for a week.
Now, Jack, please. I bring you a man who always...
A man who? Get it over with, you big fat hypocrite. Well, go ahead.
Jack, if you don't stop interrupting, I won't introduce you at all.
Well, wouldn't that be a tragedy? I think I'll tie my shoelaces together and hang myself. He won't introduce me. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Oh, nuts. Goodbye.
You hear the way he slammed the door, Mary?
Yeah.
Darn near broke it. I'm going to tell Mr. Swallow, the boss of NBC, on him.
Why, Jack, you're the biggest baby I ever saw. Imagine being mad at Wilson.
Well, who wouldn't be?
She's right, Jackson. Why don't you and Don kiss and make up?
I wouldn't kiss Don Wilson if I was a French general. You know, you fellas can talk because none of you suffered. But I was in bed a whole week with a cold.
A cold, he says.
That's what it was, Dennis, a very severe cold. And my physician said that if I didn't have such a rugged constitution, I never would have pulled through.
Oh, what does that horse doctor know?
Dr. Leroy treats human beings, too. Although I wish he'd stop calling my legs withers. Anyway, I'm just lucky that I have such a strong physique.
You sure have, Jack. You're built like a football player.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
All right, a football.
Now, don't be silly, Mary, because I've got a wonderful build. I'll unbutton my shirt and show you.
Don't bother.
It's no bother. There. There you are. Get a load of that chest.
What's that running through it, Benedict Canyon?
Now, wait a minute, Phil, before you take a bow on that. You know all those physical culture magazines that you see on the newsstands? Well, just a few years ago, I used to pose for those muscle ads.
Oh, don't give me that stuff.
That's the truth. I used to pose for muscle ads, didn't I, Mary?
Only your head.
My body, too. What about that picture of me in a leopard skin where I was hanging from a trapeze by my teeth?
Yeah, that was a swell set. What ever became of them?
Oh, Mary, you're so funny. I'll bet you used to keep the girls in stitches at the May Company. You know, Mary, sometimes I wonder... Well, he's back again. Did you forget something, Mr. Wilson?
No, I just came back to see if you'd calm down enough to get the show started.
Calm down. You were the one that walked out, not me.
Well, who wouldn't? You've been treating me as though the whole thing was my fault.
Well, I'll be... Don, let's go back 2 weeks ago tonight. If you remember, we were all standing where we are right now, weren't we?
I was standing over there by the piano.
All right, the piano. Now, if you remember, Don, you said, I want you all to come over to the house and meet my wife. Is that right?
Yes, but
Phil, is that correct?
Sure, but why...
Now, Mary, you heard the entire conversation, didn't you?
Oh, Jack, if you don't...
You heard every word of it. Now, what did I say to Don Wilson when he invited us to his house?
You said, call up your wife.
That's exactly what I said.
Call her up, you said.
If I said it once, I said it 5 times. Let's not barge in on the little woman. Now, would you listen to me, Don?
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Jack.
you had to be a wise guy.
Oh, what's the use? Goodbye.
In and out, in and out. If he thinks he's going to get paid for tonight, he's crazy. He better be careful the way he's slamming that door.
Say, Jack, you ought to stop being so silly and make up with Don. What'll the sponsor think?
Oh, he'll never know unless somebody tells him. Don't worry.
You mean the sponsor never listens to our program?
Once in a while.
Then why do I go to the trouble of making those terrific musical arrangements? They cost me a fortune.
Phil, any money you spend on your musical arrangements should be spent on having your head examined. Now, how about playing one of your beautiful arrangements right now?
Okay, what would you like to hear? I can play anything from Wagner to Schmagner.
Well, I recognize Wagner as a great composer, Phil, but who is Schmagner?
Hotlick Schmagner. He's my trumpet player.
Oh, does Hotlick write songs, too?
Sure, he wrote a lot of things. Dreamboat Serenade, the La Brea Pit Stomp.
What else?
Well, he wrote, when the bluebirds come back to Blueberry Hill, I'll be blue, oh so blue, over you, Sue.
You went right through the chorus with that, didn't you? Well, that trumpet player of yours is original, isn't he?
Yeah. He wrote another thing called I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Now, wait a minute. Stephen Foster wrote I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Well, this one is H-A-R-E. She's got a rabbit with her all the time.
Oh, the light brown Belgian hair, I see. Well, go ahead, Phil. Play anything. Come in. Mr. Benny? Yes?
This may surprise you, but there was a song written about me, too.
What is it?
I Dream of Jeannie with no hair at all. Goodbye.
orange with a better pompadour than he's got. Play, Phil. That was Bad Humor Man, played by Phil Harris and his Happy-Go-Lucky Orchestra. Happy meaning they're a bunch of jolly good fellows. Go meaning they're always on the job, raring to go. And lucky meaning, boy, are they. And that goes for Schmagner, too. Bad Humor Man. Say, Phil, you played that number about 4 weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I like to ring them bells.
Well, you did it beautifully. You know, Phil, if you ever sell ice cream bars, and I think you will, you'll be all set. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make, and that is that next Sunday night, our broadcast will come to you from New York City. You know, fellas, we're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, boy, New York, nightclubs, women.
Dennis, your mother's going with you.
Oh, boy, New York, the aquarium, Grant's tomb.
That's more like it. You know, I'm thrilled myself. I always get a kick out of New York. I really dissipate there.
Look who dissipates. Whether it's New York, Hollywood, or Waukegan. Benny's in bed by 10 o'clock.
No, I am, eh? Well, what about last year when you, Phil Harris, and I went to the Stork Club? We stayed and stayed and stayed till the place closed.
Sure, Phil wouldn't pick up the check either.
That's so.
Then poor Dennis walked in and you made him pay it.
Well, that was a fine for catching him up so late. And besides, I straightened it out with Dennis later.
He gave me 3 Peruvian stamps. How do I know they're worth $45?
Never mind, big boy. Huh? Say, big boy, yeah, to Dennis. Huh?
Say, Jackson, I meant to tell you, I don't think I'll be able to go to New York with you.
Why not?
Well, I can't leave night school. I'll get too far behind.
Oh, you and your night school. It won't hurt you to give it up for a couple of weeks.
Nah, nothing doing. Take history, for instance.
History?
Yeah. I'm up to Napoleon at Waterloo, and I want to see how it comes out.
Phil, Napoleon lost at Waterloo.
Says you.
Says me, says everybody else in your book if you'd open it. Napoleon lost.
Well, I guess all I can do is pay up.
Pay up?
Yeah, I bet a guy across the aisle 8-5 he'd win.
You should have got 7 points on that. Too bad you lost, Phil.
Oh, that's all right. I cleaned up on Dewey at Manila.
You're the only guy I know of who would make book on history. Anyway, you're going to New York with us, so start packing. And if you think of it, take along one suit where the coat matches the pants.
Do they come that way?
Yes, believe me. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, he's here again.
Yes, I'm here again.
Now, listen, Don Wilson, I'm going to tell Mr. Swallow, the boss of NBC, the way you've been slamming that door every time you go out.
You do, and I'll tell him you put a slug in the apple machine.
Slug nothing. It was a buffalo nickel.
It was a slug.
It was a buffalo nickel.
Then how come it said good for 1 beer on it?
Because the buffalo was thirsty and shut up. Anyhow, you're nothing but a big fat tattletale.
I resist that. Goodbye.
There he goes again.
Say, Jack, you better make up with Don or he won't go to New York with you.
Who cares? He'd probably squash Dennis anyway.
Squash Dennis? You mean you've got them in the same berth?
I'm running this trip. Don is sharing a berth with Dennis. Phil, you're bunking with me. And Mary, you're going to have a berth all by yourself.
That's mighty white of you.
Just be glad you're going along.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought of something else, Jackson. If I go to New York, I can't be in our night school play.
Your night school play?
Yeah, we're putting on a Christmas fantasy.
Oh, brother. Guess what part do you play in this fantasy, Phil?
I'm a shrub.
You're a what?
I'm a shrub. One of them little guys with wings.
That's a terror! A shrub. Now, Phil, you're coming to New York with us, and somebody else can wear those wings. The premiere of Love Thy Neighbor is a little more important than a night school play.
Jack, look.
There he is, Mr. Swallow.
What? Well, I'll be... Oh, hello, Mr. Swallow.
Listen, Jack, what's this I hear about you putting a slug in the apple machine?
See you later, Wilson.
Now, Mr. Swallow, that wasn't a slug at all. It was a buffalo nickel.
Buffalo Smart Machine.
Okay.
And another thing, Jack. I wish you wouldn't park your Maxwell in front of this nice new building. There's a parking lot next door.
They refused it.
They did not. All right, Mr. Swallow, I'll put it on a lot. I hope you're satisfied.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. He thinks Bob Hope is the funniest guy in the world. That's why he's mad at me. That reminds me, I got a bone to pick with him, too.
What do you sort Bob Hope for, Jackson?
I know why.
Never mind.
He told Brenda and Cabina not to go out with Jack.
I never asked those two dames for a date in my life, although Brenda's made several passes at me. And Kobe, too. Well, Mr. Wilson, I suppose you're proud of yourself. Now, if you haven't anything else to expose, you can go home to the little woman. Tattle to her, too.
Goodbye!
Oh, boy, is he burned up. There's a guy that really can't take it.
I think it's a shame the way you're treating Mr. Wilson.
Oh, you do, you little trainer. You little traitor. Those are my bifocals. Just sing your number, and I'll do the thinking around here. Now, what's it going to be?
One of Mr. Schmartner's latest songs.
Oh, no, you're not. You sing what you're supposed to.
Okay.
Now, go ahead. I never thought that Wilson would turn out to be a stool picker. That was I'd Know You Anywhere from Kay Kaiser's new picture, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, next week you'll be singing from New York City, 3,000 miles away.
Let's go to Peru. I want to cash in those stamps.
I'll give you a good pinch if you don't watch out. You know, it's pretty cold back east, Dennis, so I advise you to take along some warm underwear. You'll need them.
Are you going to take long underwear with you, Mr. Benny?
Take them. He's wearing them now.
You're only guessing, Mary. The underwear I happen to have on only goes to my knees.
Yeah, but when we hit Chicago, you'll roll them down.
You said it. And I'm not going to catch another cold. You saw what happened to me 2 weeks ago.
Hey, Jackson, are you going to take your coonskin cap to New York?
Oh, sure. If it's cold enough, I'll wear it.
Even to the premiere?
If it's cold enough. If it's cold enough, I'll wear it.
I can just see the sign in front of the theater. Love Thy Neighbor, starring Fred Allen and Kit Carson.
Mary, in the first place, I don't look anything like Kit Carson. And in the second place, don't mention Fred Allen's name in connection with the picture. Stooges don't get billing.
I don't blame you for being mad at him, Mr. Benny, after that gag he pulled about you Wednesday night.
What was it?
I heard it. Allen said you were so low you could read Light of a Hot Foot.
Very amusing. Who laughed louder at the joke, Bill, Allen or the audience?
Allen?
I thought so. You know, Allen is the only comic in radio who can think of a joke, laugh at it, then run out in the middle of the broadcast and send himself a wire saying, even better than last week. You know, he doesn't need a studio audience at all.
Then why does he have so many people there?
He sells them hot dogs during the commercials. Quite a sideline for him. Come in.
Hey, Jack, here comes your veterinary.
Mary, I told you he's not just a vet. Hello, Doc.
Well, and how's my little man this beautiful, wootiful day?
Your little man is finesy-winesy. I told you, Doc, I don't need you anymore. My cold is cured.
Now, don't be too sure.
I am sure. I had a cold in my chest, and it's gone.
Oh, that's silly. It must be around here someplace.
Oh, go away, will you, Doc? I'm all cured, and I feel great.
While he's here, Jack, why don't you let him look you over?
Mary, I don't need a doctor anymore. Tell you, I feel... fine.
There, you see, you're still coughing.
That's a sneeze.
Oh, that's right. Sneezing is with the nose and coughing is with the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Now, please go away.
Well, before I go, I'll have to give you a cold shot. That'll prevent you from sneezing again.
Now, Doc, I haven't time for a shot.
I'll just fill my hypodermic needle.
You're not going to stick that needle in me.
Oh, let him, Jack. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, but I don't need it, Mary. I'm okay.
Now, hold still, and I'll put this needle right in your arm.
Wait till I roll up my sleeve. Never saw such an impatient...
There. Easy now. This won't hurt a bit. Here we go.
Now, Doc... Ooh, my arm.
There, that'll fix you up fine. Now, that didn't hurt, did it?
Did too. My arm hurts like anything.
Should I kiss it for you?
Don't bother.
All right, I'll drop around tomorrow and see how you feel. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to take the needle out of my arm? Pull it out.
Oh, yes. I lose more darn needles that way.
Too bad.
Now, hold still.
Oh.
There we are. Goodbye, Mr. Benny. See you tomorrow.
I don't need you anymore.
That's what Errol Flynn said, and the next day his beagle hound had pups.
You're an absent-minded doctor.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. Why don't you get a real physician?
Listen, Mary, Dr. Leroy brought Carmichael through the measles so he can certainly take care of my little cold. He's just forgetful, that's all. Well, here comes Malicious again. You find any more things to tattle to, Mr. Swallow?
Now, Jack, let's stop acting like a couple of babies and make up.
You're the baby, not me.
See, after all, we've got to go to New York together, and I'm all broken up about this.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Jack. This is the first fight we've ever had. Let's bury the hatchet and shake hands.
Well, I'll make up with you on one condition.
What's that?
That the next time I say to you, Don, don't you think you ought to call up your wife? Call her up! That's all I ask.
Oh, I will, Jack, I promise.
Okay, Don, I forgive you. Now, fellas, we're all leaving from the Union Station tomorrow night. And I want you all lined up at gate number 9, so when I call the roll, there won't be any confusion. That goes for you, too, Wilson.
Okay.
Now, Mary, you bring the sandwiches. Dennis, you bring the potato salad. And Phil...
I'll bring a jar of ants. We might as well make a picnic out of it.
You bring a thermos bottle full of coffee. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I've been packing for a trip to New York, and you know that tweed suit you wanted to take along?
Yes?
Remember you told me to press the pants?
Uh-huh.
Well, you got an odd coat now.
Oh, my goodness. Rochester, why is it you're always burning my pants?
It's that gas flat iron. You ought to take the tip from Edison.
Never saw anyone so careless. Now, Rochester's going to be pretty cold in the east, so I want you to pack my big, heavy overcoat.
That overcoat's pretty old, boss, and besides, we haven't got room in the trunk.
It's not so old. And if the trunk is full, wrap up the coat and send it parcel post.
Parcel post?
Yes.
There's enough more in it to fly airmail.
Well, that coat wouldn't be in such bad shape if you put mothballs in it like I told you to.
Mothballs wouldn't scare them moths away.
They would, too.
I threw a handful in there, and what they didn't eat, they juggled.
Oh, stop. Now, Rochester, one more thing. When we get to New York, I'm going to hit all the hot spots. You know, I'll be stepping out a lot.
Stepping out, he says.
Well, I will be. So I want you to pack my white tie, top hat, and tail.
You mean tail?
I mean tail.
That's tail, boss. One of them got caught in the trunk.
Well, pack it anyway. I can have it fixed in New York. If we go through Waukegan, my father can fix it. Now, that's about all. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Here's something else, Rochester. Be sure and pack my coonskin cap. I'll need that.
I meant to tell you, boss, I'm having a little trouble with that coonskin.
What's wrong?
Well, for one thing, I can't catch it.
Now, Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I like to travel just once without trouble. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Now, listen, fellas, remember, everybody be at the station tomorrow night on time. And so we don't have any duplications. Mary, you bring the Cosmopolitan. Phil, you bring the Esquire. Dennis, you bring the Red Book. Wilson, you bring the American Magazine, and I'll get Liberty and the Saturday Evening Post.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this week our program originates from New York City.
Yes, sir.
New York, which was originally purchased from the Indians for $24.
Yep, $24.
So tonight, we bring you a man who could have bought it for $23.50, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding me about being tight when we're in Hollywood, but here in New York it doesn't fit. There's a guy living in this town that makes me look like Diamond Jim Brady.
I think I know who you mean.
I think you do. This particular fellow is so money mad that not only is he on the air for Texaco every Wednesday night, but he pumps gas the rest of the week. This gentleman...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wouldn't do any gags about Fred Allen if I were you. Remember, he's right here in New York, and you might have trouble with him.
I'm not scared of that windbag. And let me tell you something, Don. I've got a bodyguard with me that's one of the toughest mugs in New York City. His name is Killer Hogan. So don't be afraid to ask me what I told you to this morning. Go ahead, ask me, Don.
Okay. Tell me, Jack, why did Allen say on his last program that you ride around in glass-bottom taxi cabs so you can look for cigar butts? Is that true?
Yes, it is, Don. I do ride around in glass-bottom taxi cabs, and I do look for cigar butts. But I wish I had a nickel for every time I ran over Allen's fingers. That's how our fight started. He claimed Park Avenue was his.
Jack, you must be kidding.
Oh, no, I'm not, Don. Of course, since Allen has been doing well, he carries a Malacca cane with a nail on the end of it. As a matter of fact... Oh, hello, Hogan.
Everything's okay outside, Chief.
Okay.
Everything okay in here, Chief?
Yeah, okay.
I'm on the job, Chief.
Okay. Well, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway.
Pardon me, Jack. Was that Killer Hogan?
Yes, he may not look so tough, but he's really a gorilla. But as I was saying, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway and broadcasting again from this cozy little theater. The whole staff here is so sentimental and thoughtful.
What do you mean?
Well, when we were here a year ago, I left my derby on the windowsill in my dressing room. When I walked in there this morning, guess what?
It was still there?
Not only that, someone planted a geranium in it. I put it on, and I looked exactly like Carmen Miranda. Tell me, Don, have you had any fun in New York?
Yes, indeed, Jack. The little woman and I have been having a grand time.
Oh, yes, the little woman. By the way, Don, as long as this trip is a sort of a honeymoon for you, I'd like to pay your wife's hotel bill as well as yours.
Oh, now, you don't have to do that, Jack.
Oh, yes, Don, I insist.
Well, thanks. Gee, thanks very much. Darn nice of you.
That's all right. By the way, where are you living?
At the Ritz-Carlton.
Yikes! All right, Don, I made a promise, and I'm going through with it. You can live at the Ritz.
Thanks.
Now, here's a handful of nickels. You know where to eat. Oh, you standing in line for change, you know.
Hey, Chief. There's a dame out here. Should I let her in?
A dame?
Yeah, she looks like a gun mob.
Out of my way, dreamboat, or I'll scuttle you.
Mary. Yeah, aren't you the one, though? You know, Mary, you got a bigger reception than I did.
Well, I didn't sell my tickets. I gave them away.
I gave mine away, too. Hogan, what are you standing there for?
She took my blackjack away from me.
Mary, please return Mr. Hogan's blackjack.
Some blackjack. It's got sachet in it.
Never mind. Hand it over.
Okay. Here it is, Hogan.
Ouch! Darn you.
Mary, I won't have you beating up my bodyguard. You can go, Hogan.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Mary, was that nice?
Fine bodyguard.
Oh, he's all right.
Well, with your body, I guess it's okay.
Just leave him alone, that's all.
Okay. Hello, Don. How's the little woman?
Oh, she's just fine, thanks. And you know what, Mary?
What?
Jack is paying all of our expenses at the Ritz-Carlton.
That's great. Jack who?
Jack me, that's who. I'm paying all the expenses for Don and his wife while they're in New York.
Now anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see men walking down the street with geraniums growing out of their derbies.
I can show you one of them, too. So it's no miracle.
By the way, Mary, I saw you last night at the Ed Wynn show. Did you see it, Jack?
Ed Wynn? No, not yet, Don.
Well, don't miss it. He's a scream. I tell you, Jack, my side still aches.
Oh. Ed Wynn, eh?
You should have been there. You know, Jack, Don left
That's Don. He's been with us for 7 years. Remember, Dan was the fellow we had 9 years ago. You remember? Huh?
You know, Jack.
What?
John laughs louder at Ed Wynn than he does at you.
Oh, he does, eh?
What else did you see, Mary?
Oh, I saw a lot of swell shows. I've been going every night.
Ed Wynn, eh?
I saw George Washington Slept Here and Panama Hattie and
Just a minute, Mary. Listen, Wilson, what's so funny about Ed Wynn?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think he's one of the best comedians I've ever seen.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do.
Well, that did it.
Dig, Wilson. There goes your wife's hotel bill.
The nickels he can keep. What a traitor.
Say, Chief.
What?
There's a young fellow out in the hall who claims he's a tenor. Should I give him the old one, too?
No, let him in.
Okay, come in, you.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
You can go now, killer. Dennis, give Mr. Hogan his blackjack. I said give it to him.
Here you are.
Oh, keep it. Somebody else will take it anyway.
You let him alone, Dennis.
Who is he, Mr. Benny?
My bodyguard. I got him in case Fred Allen tries to have me slugged around here, you know.
Well, you don't have to worry about anyone annoying you at the hotel, Mr. Benny. You're at the Sherry Netherlands, aren't you?
Yes, Dennis, why?
Well, my uncle is the house detective there.
Oh, is that so? What's his name?
Tiptoes McNulty.
Oh, yes, I met him. And by the way, I wish you'd speak to him, Dennis. He threw an aunt of mine out of my room yesterday. It was very embarrassing.
I'll mention it to him.
Thanks. Well, Dennis, as long as Phil isn't here yet for his band number, how about doing your song?
Okay.
I wonder where he is anyway. Say, Mary, did you call Phil at his hotel like I told you to?
Yes, and before I could tell him who I was, he made a date with me.
Oh, well, he'll probably be along pretty soon. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your number.
Okay.
Now what? Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to our...
Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out.
Okay, Chief, I knew I'd get rolling.
I had faith in you, Hogan. Believe me. That was There I Go, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. By the way, Dennis, you remember before we left Hollywood, I promised your mother I'd keep an eye on you and see that you behaved yourself.
Who, me?
Yes, you. I don't want to stop you from having a good time here in New York, but I don't like the idea of your going to burlesque shows and then waiting at the stage entrance for the girls. That isn't nice.
Well, you do it.
Now, Dennis, after all, I'm a little older than you are.
A little, he says.
I mean, I'm an adult. In the first place, I was waiting at the stage door for my aunt, Bumps Benny. She's a dub dancer. And in the second place, Dennis...
Hiya, Jackson. Look what I found out in the hall.
Phil, put Hogan down.
Okay, well, here I am, folks. Come on, patty cake.
You had to ask for it, didn't you? All right, killer, you can go.
Should I give him the old one, too, Chief?
No, just get out.
Okay, I'm on the job, Chief. Say, who is that guy?
Never mind him, Phil. What's the idea of showing up so late?
Well, you know how it is, Jackson. I only get to the big town once a year. I got a lot of things to do, a lot of things to see.
Uh-huh.
Now, take this afternoon, for instance. I went to Staten Island.
You went to Staten Island? How did that happen?
I followed a blonde into a hotel that turned out to be a ferry boat.
Oh, so you went to Staten Island, eh, Phil?
Yeah, I took a trip all around the harbor. You ought to do that sometime, Jackson. It's very educating.
Oh, Oh, it must be. Huh?
Yeah, I've seen the Battery and the Skyline, and I've seen the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, you seen them?
Yeah. And then when I got back, I seen Alice Island.
You mean Ellis Island?
No, Alice. She lives on 46th Street.
Oh, Alice Island. Oh, yes, yes. Remember, Mary, that's the girl we saw Phil with the other night.
She looks like Ellis Island.
Well, we're right back in the harbor again. Anyway, Phil, it's nice to do a little sightseeing while we're in New York.
Oh, boy, Fifth Avenue on a windy day.
Now, cut that out. What a guy.
Say, Phil, don't forget you promised to take me to see Life with Father next week.
It's a date, Mary.
Wait a minute, Mary. I took you to see Life with Father the last time we were in New York.
Yeah, but look where we sat. Way, way up in the balcony.
Oh, we weren't up so high.
Go on. A St. Bernard dog brought us our program.
Now, don't be silly. We couldn't have been so far up. I saw the whole show.
Sure, but when the curtain went down on the first act, you said, look, somebody dropped their handkerchief.
All right, I'm a comedian. I'm supposed to say funny things once in a while.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, fine.
There's a man outside that says he's a doctor.
A doctor?
Yes. Should I give him the old one, too?
No, where is he?
Jack, look, it's that quack you had in Hollywood.
From Holly. Oh, my goodness.
Well, well, how's my little man this chilly willy day?
Now, Dr. Leroy, what are you doing in New York?
You're the only patient I've got, and you're not going to get away from me.
But, Doctor, I'm cured. I told you my cold is gone.
Well, if you can't catch one here, I'm ashamed of you.
Look, Doc, there's nothing wrong with me. I feel wonderful.
Now, open your coat. I want to tap your chest.
Oh, what's the use?
Now, hold still.
You see, there's nothing wrong.
Let's try over here.
Well, there goes my watch. Now, Doc, will you please leave me alone?
Now, just a minute. I want to see if your lungs are all right. Take a deep breath.
Oh.
Come on now. Take a real deep breath.
Oh, all right.
Now, hold it. Well, good night, Mr. Benny. I'll see you tomorrow, and you can exhale.
I'm exhaling right now. For heaven's sake, how long do you think I can hold my breath?
Look at his face, Doc. It's all blue.
Don't worry. It'll go back to gray in just a minute. Goodbye.
Imagine that guy coming all the way from Los Angeles just to break your watch.
Well, it's all Rochester's fault. I told him before we left Hollywood to call up the doctor, tell him I don't need him anymore.
Hey, Jackson, where is Rochester?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since our first day in town. We got off the train. He came to the hotel with me, unpacked my trunk, pressed my new brown suit, put it on, and that's the last I saw of him. Now, Phil, play a number while I cool off a little, will you?
Okay, but listen, Jackson, this isn't my regular band, so don't expect too much.
Phil, believe me, if they hit just one good note during the entire number, you have not made this trip in vain. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes? Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out again. That was So You're the One, played by Phil Harris and his New York Orchestra. Say, where'd you get this aggregation, Phil?
Well, I borrowed a few of the boys from Tommy Dorsey, and then I got a couple from Joe Reichman.
I see.
And I got the brass section from Abe Lyman.
I thought so. I can smell the pastrami from here. No kidding. I never saw a guy in Lyman's band order anything that didn't have a dill pickle laying alongside of it. Say, Phil, I noticed during your last number, one of your musicians wasn't playing at all. He just sat there with the instrument on his lap.
I got him from Stokowski. He wouldn't play with us for $1 million.
Oh, well, I can see his side of it. Say, Mary, do me a favor, will you?
What do you want?
Get my little book out of my overcoat. I've got some phone numbers there where I might be able to reach Rochester.
Okay.
I'll find out once and for all whether he's California's ambassador to Harlem or working for me.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, brother. What is it, Hogan?
There's a guy out here who says he's the mayor.
The mayor?
Yes, he don't look like LaGuardia to me.
He don't, eh?
Hello, Jack. Can I see you for a minute?
What? Why, it's the mayor of Waukegan, Bidey Talcott. Come on in, Bidey.
Well, this certainly is a surprise. I'm glad to see you, Bitey. Listen, Hogan, this gentleman is the mayor of my hometown.
Oh, then I'm glad I didn't give him the old 1-2.
What do you mean with that old 1-2?
1-2, button my shoe, 3-4, shut.
Get out of here, will you? Holy smoke.
My goodness, Jack, who was that fellow?
Well, it's like this, Bitey. Fred Allen's got a bunch of thugs out, looking for... I had to hire a bodyguard. Say, Bitey, you know the gang, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Phil. Don?
Glad to see you, Mayor Talkin.
Hiya, buddy. What's cooking?
Phil, please.
Well, there's Kenny Bakey. Hello, Kenny.
Bakey?
Kenner Baker.
Hello.
Dennis, wake up. You're not Kenny Baker.
What's the difference? A tenner's a tenner.
Well, I've had trouble with all of them, if that's what you mean. Tell me, Bitey, how's the old gang in Waukegan? How's Julius Finnegan and Stub Wilbur?
Oh, they're around. The last time I saw Stub, he was on the floor of his garage.
Oh, fixing a car, eh?
Nope, just laying there.
Good old Stub.
Here's your little red book, Jack.
Thanks. Oh, Mary, you remember Bitey Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bitey. What's that under your nose?
It's a mustache. He's always had it. Say, Bitey, I meant to ask you, isn't that your gavel sticking out of your coat pocket there?
Yeah.
What do you need that for? You're in New York.
I brought some walnuts with me.
I see.
Goody. After the show, we'll have a party.
Now, cut that out. Excuse me a minute, Bitey. Say, Mary, I've got to get in touch with Rochester. Call up this first number in my little book. He may be there.
Okay.
Well, Bitey, I can't get over your being in New York. What's the big idea?
I came to see you about the premiere of your picture, Jack. We're all set for you in Waukegan.
In Waukegan? Why, Bitey, didn't you know the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor is being held right here in New York Tuesday night?
Well, I'll be doggone.
Jack, that number's ringing.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bitey. Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is the Harlem Social, Benevolent, and Spare Ribs Every Thursday Club.
Oh, can you tell me if Rochester's there?
Come again?
Rochester Van Jones. He works for me, and I want to talk to him.
Are you Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, oh? Is he there or not?
Well, he was here, Mr. Benny, but as soon as he won, he left.
Oh, I see. Was he shooting craps?
He must have been. We ain't much on backgammon up here.
Well, where do you think I can get in touch with Rochester?
You might call Monument 81700. That's his girlfriend.
All right, thank you. Mary, try Monument 81700.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, Bitey.
Yes, Jack?
I'm surprised you didn't know about the premiere being held in New York.
Well, can't you switch it to Waukegan?
Not very well. You see, it's all set for the Paramount Theater here Tuesday night.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Look, Bitey, there was nothing I could do.
Here you are, Jack.
Give me that phone. Excuse me, Bitey. Hello?
Susan Brown, the sweetest gal in town, talking.
Well, Miss Brown, this is Jack Benny.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester. Is he there?
He was here.
Oh. Well, do you think he'll come back?
In all modesty, I can guarantee that.
Well, Miss Brown, when he returns, will you please have him call my hotel? And also tell him he's not getting any salary this week.
That ain't gonna worry him much. He got a pair of dice that must have gone to Harvard.
Oh, he has. Well, Miss Brown, where do you think I could reach him right now?
Well, he left a number here. Lehigh 25863.
Lehigh 25863. Is that another girl?
If it is, you better start looking for a new butler.
Well, I'll call it anyway. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Doggone, that boy's always in trouble.
Say, Mary.
What?
Rochester won a lot of money in a crap game last night.
Well, figure out some way to get it yourself. I'm busy.
That's not why I mentioned it. Dial Lehigh 25863 and we'll see if we can get Rochester there.
Okay.
You know, Bitey, I'm awfully sorry about the premiere, but didn't you get my letter?
Sure, but I want the opening in Waukegan.
So do I, Bitey, but it can't be done.
Well, why not?
Look, Bitey, if I told you once, I told you 5 times. The premiere's in New York. There's nothing I can do about
Here
it.
you are, Jack.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bitey. Hello?
Hello, Lennox Avenue Gym till you spin club.
Now, look, Mr.
Radcliffe Spears Jr. talking.
Now, look, Ratcliffe, I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester Van Jones.
Uh-oh.
This is Jack Benny.
You heard me, didn't you?
Now, listen, what about Rochester? Is he there?
He was, yeah, but he made his point and left.
I know. I understand he's been very lucky.
Lucky, he says.
Now, Ratcliffe, please tell me, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Here's Sylvester. Where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey, Pancake, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey.
Never mind, let it go. I'll find him myself. Now, look, Bitey, I did everything I could to have the premiere held in Waukegan. I went to Paramount. Personally, I argued about it. But they insisted that it must be in New York. So you see, Bitey, if there was anything I could possibly do, I'd be only too glad to do it. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, still broadcasting from New York City. Say, Bitey, as long as you're in town, how about sticking around till Tuesday and see the opening of our picture?
Okay. Of course, I'll have to call up the little woman.
Now you're talking. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there being just 2 more shopping days till Christmas, we bring you that fugitive from Gimbel's basement, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, speaking of Gimbel's basement, I never saw so many women shopping in my life. I got shoved around like a blinza in Lindy's. Boy, what a mob.
Pretty hectic, huh?
Hectic. You know, Don, I can understand my derby getting caved in, my muffler torn, and the sleeve of my coat ripped off. But how I lost my pivot tooth, I'll never know. That was really an experience.
Oh, I can just imagine what you must have gone through.
You know, a funny thing about women, Don, all year long they're so helpless. You have to open the door for them. They can't light their own cigarettes. They cling to your arm as you walk down the street. They're as delicate as butterflies. And then, about 2 weeks before Christmas, a mad glint comes into their eyes. And with an umbrella for gouging and a handbag for slugging, off they go. Come on, girls, let's mangle the mail. That's their battle cry.
Well, Jack, women are a little excitable when they're shopping around Christmas time, but I don't think they're as tough as you say.
Oh, you don't, eh? Don, I was in Macy's yesterday afternoon, and a little gray-haired lady, couldn't have been over 5 feet tall, put down her cane and yanked a washing machine right out of my arm. I tried to get it back, and she kicked my hat off. Imagine.
My goodness, Jack, you don't mean to say that a little old lady took a big washing machine away from you.
Don, I wouldn't have minded that so much, but it was a demonstrator. I'll probably never get my laundry back. That is my own fault, I guess, for waiting so long to shop. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Doll.
Doll? Well, look who's so affectionate around Christmas. You're certainly giving out with that soft soap.
Oh, no, I'm not, Jack.
You're not, eh? Then why did you call me Doll?
Because your hair is glued on.
All right, young lady, that did it. There goes that mink coat I was going to buy you for a present.
You were going to buy me a mink coat?
Yes, I were. Or was. I was going to buy you a mink coat.
I'll bet it were or was from Rabbit.
No, it wasn't. You've lost a very beautiful gift. And you know the kind I hand out.
Go on, you wouldn't buy Hedy Lamarr a Coca-Cola.
For Christmas? What are you talking about? Let me tell you something, Mary. A girl like Hedy Lamarr could make a playboy out of me. I'd buy her quarts of bubbling champagne.
You'd buy cider and put an Alka-Seltzer in it.
All right, keep it up, keep it up. There goes Don's Christmas present, too.
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. I didn't say anything.
Oh, pardon me. I got a little mixed up there.
Watch out, Don. He's laying for you.
No, I wouldn't forget about Don's present, not after the way he laughed at the premiere last Tuesday night. How'd you like the picture, Don?
Oh, I really enjoyed it, Jack. I got a big kick out of it.
I laugh like anything.
Sorry, Mary, the mink coat is over the dam. Anyway, Don, now that you've seen Love Thy Neighbor, what do you think of Fred Allen in it?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack...
I mean, don't you feel that I get much bigger laughs than he does?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think you're very good in the picture, and so is Allen. The honors are equally distributed.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Mary. Then, Don, in your fat-headed opinion, you think Allen goes over as good as I do?
Exactly. You both have a lot to do in the picture, you both photograph well, and you both get big laughs.
Well, we both don't pay your salary, so start leaning my way. Imagine saying we photograph equally well.
That's ridiculous. Jack looks much better than Alan.
Why, certainly.
And Alan you can have.
Mary, one more crack out of you, and you'll be saying, oh, my goodness, I left my baby in the automat for Olson and Johnson. Remember that. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, old pal, you got nothing to worry about. I got your Christmas present bought, packed, and ready to hand over.
Oh, so you've been shopping too, eh, Phil?
You said it. All day yesterday. One store after another.
Well, did the women kick you around much?
Yeah, but I got it coming to me.
You said it. You know, Phil, I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to buy your present yet. What did you get for me?
I ain't saying. You'll have to wait till Christmas.
Oh, come on, Phil, tell me.
All right, Jackson, I'll tell you what I bought you. Remember that camel's hair overcoat we saw in the window on Fifth Avenue? The one you were so nuts about?
Yeah?
Well, I got you a box of nuts.
Oh, well, Phil, unless you're kidding... When Mary is in the audience stooging for Olson and Johnson, you'll be in the lobby trying to get out of a straitjacket. Catch on?
The way I've been going the last few nights, a straitjacket wouldn't be bad.
He's not fooling, folks. You know, Phil lives on the 18th floor of the St. Moritz Hotel, and he never uses the elevator. He just goes in and out the window. Now, Phil...
Yeah?
It's about a little quicker on the yeah. You know, when I say now, Phil, you come right back, yeah. There's no laugh when I say now, Phil, you know. Yeah. It's about time for a band number, so let's have it. What are you going to play?
I don't know. This bunch don't speak English.
Oh, fine. Well, don't worry about it, Phil. Just pick up your baton and follow them. Go ahead, kid. That was Jingle Bells, played by Phil Harris and his Central Park Troubadours. Troubadours meaning they are traveling musicians, and Central Park meaning they ought to get a room tonight. That joke went over better the first show. It shows you we should change for the night show. What a gang you picked up here, Phil, huh?
Well, music is just a sideline with these boys.
I know. And I wish you'd tell the drummer to stop pestering me. I've got all the potato peelers I need. Those guys sell everything from razor blades to mink coats.
Ho-ho!
What are you all hoeing about? Fink, the fiddle player, has wonderful mink. I saw him.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Boy, am I a wreck. Women, nothing but women.
Oh, have you been shopping, too?
No, I just came from Roseland.
Oh, 10 cents a dance, eh?
Yeah, I cleaned up.
Say, Dennis, I hear that you and Kenny Baker have been stepping out and seeing the town together. Is that right?
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
The other night I made him pay for everything. I stuck him for $2.45.
You did?
Well, now, Dennis, that's not very nice. If Kenny is kind enough to show you a good time, the least you can do is go 50-50. Or better still, pay all the expenses yourself. It's all right to save money, Dennis, but there's nothing like being a good sport. What's that for, Miss Livingston?
Everybody else knows.
That's so. You see, Dennis, there's only one way to be popular. When you're out with a fella and he reaches for the check, you take it first. And if he should pick it up, you grab it right out of his hand. Grab it.
I can't stand this.
Mary, come back here.
Okay.
What's the matter with you? Dennis is just a kid, and while he's still young, he's got to be taught how to conduct himself in public and not be a cheapskate.
I don't understand you, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you don't? I don't understand you, Mr. Benny. I don't understand. Well, look, Dennis, I'll explain it to you. Dennis, we'll go out for a bite to eat after the broadcast, and I'll show you what I mean. I'll pick up the check, and you take it away from me. See? Then I'll take it away from you, and then you take it away from me.
Then what?
That's all, Bub.
Mary, I warned you. Cut it out, kid.
Hey, Jackson.
Yes, Phil?
My band member's over, and I still got a lot of Christmas shopping to do. Do you mind if I run along?
Why, no, Phil. In fact, I think I'll go with you. There are a lot of things I got to get myself. Don, you can take charge of the rest of the program, can't you?
Oh, sure. Don't worry about it, Jack.
Come on with us, Mary. I want you to help me pick out a few things.
Okay, but don't embarrass me.
I won't. You know, there's a swell store near my hotel, the Sherry Netherlands, where I can buy almost... Wait a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Oh, boy, are you going to get us? Jack, it's Rochester.
Rochester? Give me that phone. I'll find out right now where he's been for the past 2 weeks. Hello?
Hello, boss. What happened to you? Where you been?
Where have I been? I've been on the phone for the last 10 days trying to reach you. I called every hotspot in Harlem that's got a telephone.
At the hot ones, you can't hear it ring.
Rochester, I don't want any flippancies. I want the truth. Now, we arrived in New York a week ago Thursday.
The 12th, they tell me.
Yes, the 12th. It is now December 22nd, just 3 days before Christmas.
Happy Yuletide, boss.
Never mind that. What I want to know is what became of the time between December 12th when we got here and December 22nd, which is today.
Well,
on
Friday the 13th, I was right up to the door of your hotel, ready to go to work.
Uh-huh.
And just as I was about to enter, a black cat ran across my path.
I see. Well, couldn't you walk around the cat?
I did and wound up at 125th Street.
Oh, well, so much for Friday. Now, what happened on Saturday and Sunday?
Our weekend ended up to Harlem.
Up a Hudson, that
Up
is.
the Hudson.
Take it again, huh? How did I know when he's on the other side of the telephone? Well, we'll get to Monday. I must be psychic. Then we'll get to Monday. After your weekend, Rochester, why didn't you call me at my hotel?
I was so full of sherry, I couldn't think of Netherlands.
Now, don't give me that. Look, Rochester, I haven't any more time to argue with you. Where are you calling from?
What's that, boss?
I said, where are you right now?
Just a minute. What's the address here, sugar?
31 Lenox Avenue, honey.
31 Lenox Avenue, honey.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
Susan Brown, the sweetest gal in town.
Oh, yeah, I spoke to her last week and left a message for you. Did you get it?
Just a minute. Honey, did you give me a message from Mr. Benny?
Why, Rochester, you knows I did.
She forgot to give it to me, boy.
Oh, she forgot to give it to you, eh?
Yeah, she's as dizzy as a blonde, but it can't happen here.
I see. Now, Rochester, I want you to go over to my hotel right away. That made up for the one you muffed. I want you to go over to my hotel right away. There's a lot of work to do, and it's got to be done before tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Now, how soon can you get over there?
Just a minute, boss. Say, Sugar, I don't think I'll be able to take you to the Savoy Ballroom tonight.
Oh, that's all right, honey. I'll get somebody else.
You better not get somebody else.
I ain't going up there alone, Rochester. I want somebody to snuggle up to.
You get somebody to snuggle up to, and it'll be your last snug.
Rochester.
And I do mean last.
You threaten me, Shorty, and I'll cut them $9 out of your hip pocket.
Rochester, answer me. I want you to come right over to my hotel.
Leaving right away, boss. So long.
Goodbye.
Now, listen, Sugar, don't make any date. I'll run over to see Mr. Benny, put on the old personality, and be back here in a half hour.
Rochester, you forgot to hang up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
I heard your conversation.
Don't you believe it?
Get over here. Goodbye. And the same trouble with that guy every time I come to New York. Come on, Mary, let's go shopping while I'm mad.
Yeah, that'll hold you down.
Let's go, Phil.
Right with you, Jackson. All right, Dennis, let's have your sauce.
Boy, what a crowd. Stick close to me, Phil. You too, Mary. I don't want you to get lost.
Okay, Papa.
Are you going to take us to see Santa Claus, Daddy?
Pipe down, both of you. Gotta have some system here. Now, let's see my Christmas list. I gotta buy a compact or something for my Aunt Molly. A lawnmower for Dennis. A Mickey for my writers. Let's see. A deck of cards for Simney. Let's see. What else here?
Gee, look at that crowd of women at the bargain counter.
Where? Oh, boy, what a mob.
See you later, Jackson. I'm going over and mingle.
See you later. Gosh, I wish I knew what to get for Aunt Molly. Mary, I wonder if she could use a lipstick.
Has she got lips?
What do you think? She got lips. Here's a counter.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like a lipstick, please.
Oh, come now.
Look, it's not for me. I'm buying it for my Aunt Molly.
I see. A lipstick for your Aunt Molly.
That's who it's for. She lives in Chicago on LaSalle Street.
What number?
I don't know the number.
Oh, you don't know the number, and yet you want to send a lipstick to your Aunt Molly.
I'm not going to send it. I'm going to take it to her. I'm going to stop off in Chicago on my way to California.
Oh, I suppose you're the only one that ever went to California.
What are you talking about? I live in California. I got a home there.
Well, I've got a home here, but I don't brag about it.
I wasn't bragging. Now, look, mister, all I want is a lipstick. Am I going to get it or not?
Sorry, I've decided against you. Next case, please.
If the guy isn't screwy, then I don't know what. More trouble over a lipstick. And, Mary, while we're in the store, I think I'll buy a collar button. I need one.
Yeah, your Adam's apple ain't practical.
It's just an emergency. I lost a button. There's the men's department over there.
Pardon me, could you tell me where I can buy an evening gown so I should look like Lena Turner?
Miss, that's Lana Turner.
Lana, I'll never make it.
Well, I'm sorry, miss. I'm Jack Benny. I'm not a floor walker.
I show you a picture. Get ready.
She looks like Babe Marks. Come on, Mary, let's get that collar button. I haven't got much time.
You'd have plenty of time if you stopped flirting with that girl.
Who was flirting? She thought I was a floor walker, didn't she?
Well, you didn't have to roll your big blue eyes at her.
Mary, just because my eyes happen to be large and devil-may-care-ish, don't have to accuse me of flirting. Here we are.
Good evening, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like to buy a collar button.
A collar button? Yes, sir. Now, here's a nice one for $85.
$85 for a collar button?
Yes, that includes dress shirt, tie, socks, patent leather shoes, and a double-breasted tuxedo.
Well, that's a good buy, all right, but all I want is a collar button.
Sorry, we never break up a set.
Well, now, that's ridiculous. You know, mister, I've shopped in every city in the United States, but I've never been in a store like this. I tried to buy some lipstick a few minutes ago.
Lipstick? Oh, come now.
It sounds silly, but I had a good reason. And the salesman at that counter insulted me.
Oh, Jack, look.
What is it?
Look who's over there at that counter.
Where?
Right there. Isn't that Kenny Baker buying a camera?
Well, sure enough, it is Kenny. Let's go over and say hello.
Gee, miss, this camera looks swell. I think I'll take it. How much is it?
$3.
$3? Gee, Dennis would like it all right, but haven't you got something for 55 cents?
Why, yes, but I thought you wanted to spend $3.
I do, but he's already hooked me for $2.45.
Oh, Kenny.
Hello, Kenny.
Huh? Oh, well, I'll be doggone. Hello, Jack. How are you, Mary? Gee, I'm glad to see you.
Gosh, Kenny, I haven't seen you in a long time. Gee, you're getting to be a big boy now.
I sure am. You want a cigar, Jack?
Oh, my goodness. Look, Mary, he's got a whole pocket full of cigars.
Yeah, I had them left over from Wilkie.
Oh, fine. Same old Kenny.
How about a little kiss, Mary?
Okay.
Big boy, all right. Cigars and everything, huh? All right, kids, break it up. Come on.
Wow, he has grown up.
Say, that was a real kiss, huh?
Personally, I'm a wreck.
Well, pull yourself together. Come on with us, Kenny. You can buy your camera later. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
I'll see you later. I gotta buy some hose.
All right. So long, Mary. Say, Kenny, how do you like your new job? See, that Fred Allen is pretty tough to work for, isn't he?
No, he's swell. We get along great together.
Oh.
And you know what, Jack? Mr. Allen pays me every week.
Does, eh?
Yep.
Pays you every week, huh?
Yeah, none of that see-me-later kid stuff.
Well, you must have a pretty short memory, Kenny. I used to have that envelope for you every week, too.
Yeah, but with Mr. Allen, I don't have to play treasure hunt.
Oh, well, good, clean sport. Never hurt anybody. Say, Kenny.
Yes, please?
Oh, fine. Say, Kenny, I just happened to think of something. Remember the time you first came to work for me and I invited you over to the house for a Thanksgiving party?
Yeah.
I'll never forget how bashful you were. You remember I asked you if you wanted to have some more turkey?
Yeah, and I was so darn nervous I said yes.
Oh, that turkey wasn't so bad.
Have you got much left?
Same old Kenny. God, I'll never forget the time. Kenny, remember when it was Halloween and I didn't know you were in the backyard?
Yeah.
All of a sudden I heard a noise at the window, and there you were. Wasn't that fun? Merry Christmas. See you Wednesday, Miss Benny.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, our program last Sunday came to you from New York City. Immediately after the broadcast, the entire Jell-O gang left for Hollywood, and Christmas found us aboard a Union Pacific train passing through Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska.
So before starting our program this evening, we would like to turn back the clock to last Wednesday night and show you how we celebrated Christmas Eve under these unusual circumstances.
Yes, dances.
About 7 p.m., Jack went into the observation car with Rochester to decorate a huge Christmas tree which he had purchased in Chicago. And even though we were on the train, Jack was determined to give us a real
Jingle bells, gee, they are terrific. Imagine spending Christmas on the good old Union Pacific.
Rochester.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Rochester, will you stop that singing and hold the ladder steady? The way this train is swinging, I can hardly keep my balance.
Okay, I got it.
Now, let's see. Darn it, I wish I'd thought of buying some ornaments. Rochester, hand me those oranges and bananas there. I'll hang them up.
Should I peel them?
No. I just want to add a little color to the tree. I ought to have something on the top here. Rochester, where's that ham sandwich I cut into a star?
I got hungry and ate 3 points off it.
Look at it. Now tear up some more timetables and sprinkle them on the lower branches down there.
The conductor said we should stop tearing them up.
Well, we got to have snow, don't we?
But the conductor
I don't care what the conductor says. I'm running this tree.
He's pretty mad at you anyway, boss. He found out that Dennis Day is over 12.
What?
I told that boy not to roll his pants down.
Oh, well. The heck with the conductor.
He found out I wasn't a porter, too.
Nobody told you to say that. Now, let's see. This side isn't right yet. I think I ought to hang some kind of an ornament up here. Rochester, lend me your wristwatch.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. This is my wristwatch. How come you were wearing it?
I gave it to me for Christmas.
Oh, you gave you my watch.
Yeah, you want to put a card on it?
I'm keeping it. Now, let's see. I think I'll hang it over here.
A little to the right, boss.
No. It looks good here.
Then I'd move it a little to the left.
No. I like the watch right where it is.
Then I'd move one of those 3 oranges. It looks like a pawn shop.
Oh, I see what you mean. Now, if I can only... Oh, hello, Mary.
My goodness, are you still on that ladder?
Well, I got to get this finished before the party tonight. By the way, did you speak to the brakeman like I told you to?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said Christmas tree or no Christmas tree, you can't have his red lantern.
That's fine cooperation. Can't even have any lights on this tree. Rochester, scratch the brakeman from my Christmas list.
Okay.
And the engineer thought I was crazy when I asked him for the bell off the engine.
Oh, he did. All right, there goes the engineer's present. I'll scratch his name off.
Scratch the fireman, too. He said you can roast your own chestnuts.
This is the darnest thing I ever heard of.
Well, gee whiz, you don't expect him to turn the whole train upside down just because you bought a Christmas tree.
Mary, I'm just trying to make the trip a little more enjoyable, that's all. Rochester, how does the tree look from down there?
It ain't believable.
Well, you're supposed to use your imagination. Now, the timetables I tore up represent snow.
Uh-huh.
And those oranges are supposed to be beautiful glass ornaments.
Uh-huh.
And the bananas are long, silvery icicles shimmering through the branches.
Doggone, how can anyone get that high just on a ladder?
Well, I didn't expect you to understand it. Say, Mary, where's the rest of the gang? Have you seen Phil?
Yeah, he's in the club car trying to make a date with a girl. He even promised her a screen test.
That's just like Phil. The minute he gets on a train, he tries to date up a girl. Where's Dennis?
He's the girl. Phil's plastered.
Oh, no, he isn't. I saw him an hour ago, and he was all right. Mary, let me have one of your earrings. I want to put something shiny on the end of this branch.
Oh, hang up your gold tooth and let me alone.
Mary, I'm trying to get this finished. Now, please help me, will you?
Okay. Say, Jack, here comes that kid that got on at Omaha.
Oh, yeah, the pest. He ought to be in bed.
Hey, sweetheart, what are you doing up that ladder?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm decorating a Christmas tree.
What, bananas? You're nuts.
Those bananas are long icicles. Now, go away. Darn it, I wish I'd bought some tinsel. That's just what I need here.
Hey, sweetheart, are you Santa Claus?
Maybe I can get some tinfoil. That'll help.
Hey, are you Santa Claus?
Yes, I'm Santa Claus. Now, beat it, will you?
Well, where's your red underwear?
My red underwear?
He's got it on, believe me.
Yes, I'm going to keep it on till we get to California. Mary, hand me that lampshade. I'll hang it up here over the ham sandwich.
Boy, what a screwball.
Oh, yeah? You wouldn't dare say that if we were alone. Now, run along, will you? Run along. Your mother wants you.
My mother hates me.
I don't blame her. Now get going. Scram.
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Well, I'll be darned. Even kids notice him. I hope he stays away.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, picking a fight with a 10-year-old kid.
He started it. He called me a screwball.
Well, if the screw fits, put it on.
Slug that brat if he comes in here again. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, for goodness sake, what's that?
It's a Christmas tree, Phil. That's the best I can do on this train.
Holy smoke, are we on a train?
Oh, fine. Of course we're on a train.
Well, I better tell my guitar player he just went out to play golf.
Oh. Well, he better have his niblick with him. He's going to have a little trouble getting over the Rockies. Here comes my friend, the conductor.
Mr. Benny, 3 people in the next car want to go to bed, and they've all got upper berths. How much longer are you going to use that ladder?
Tell them to keep their shirts on. I'll be through in a minute.
They got their shirts off, and they want to go to bed.
I can't help it. I've got a job to do here. These icicles don't hang right.
Icicles, smicicles. Give me that ladder.
Let go of that. Whoop, whoop. We're going around a curve. Whoop. Rochester, hold that ladder. Oh.
Hey, Jack.
What?
You're all covered with schmicicles.
Yeah, look at me. Now, conductor, this is all your fault. If I told you once, I told you 5 times. I'd be through with this ladder in a minute. And now this thing. We've got to do this thing all over.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened Christmas Eve on the train.
That's right, Don, but we still had a lot of fun.
Oh, we sure did. And now, getting back to our program, Dennis Day will sing that popular Spanish ballad, Perfidia. Take it, Dennis.
That was Perfidia, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. I didn't know you could sing in Spanish. You really did a great job.
Gracias, senor.
Gracias. That reminds me, Dennis, you haven't mowed my lawn in 3 weeks. It's growing. You know, it's growing pretty high.
I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Anytime after lunch. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I want to congratulate you on the way you described our Christmas Eve on the train a little while ago, but I wish you would put a happy ending to it.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if you remember, I put the tree back up, and then we all sat around, opened our presents, and had a jolly good time.
Yes, we did, Jack. And I want to thank you for that lovely pickle fork you gave me and the little woman.
Well, I wanted to get you something novel, yet useful.
Yet cheap.
Now, Mary, if you think that a solid silver pickle fork from Tiffany's is cheap, you're just silly. Let me tell you something, Don. You can hock that fork at any pawn shop in town for $35.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome, and nobody but a big fat announcer would say a thing like that. Oh, Dennis, did you like the present I gave you?
Oh, yes. Thanks very much, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome.
Gee whiz, I can hardly wait till summer.
Well, you just have to wait, that's all.
What'd he give you, kid?
A bottle of white shoe polish.
Yes, sir. A quart bottle of Clancy's Classy Cleanser. There's enough to last you all summer.
Yep, next Tuesday will be New Year's Eve. Oh, and by the way, Jack, are you planning anything special for that night?
I certainly am, Don. It's a big night for me.
Jack's going to put on his full dress suit and go to the midnight show at the Pantages.
Not this year, sister. I'm going downtown to the Paramount. You see, and they know why. I didn't even have to say it.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Why don't you come out to the Wilshire Bowl Tuesday night? Balloons, paper hat, confetti, and all that stuff you love.
Well, I might do that, Phil.
Bring a girl along.
No, if I come over, I'll be alone.
What for?
All of Jack's girls have to work on New Year's Eve.
Not all of them. Gladys Biscoe hasn't worked since that steam table fell on her foot. Poor kid.
How's she getting along, Mr. Benny?
Oh, fine. We're suing. Say, Phil, I may bring Gladys at that. I wonder if she's got an evening gown.
I've seen that dame, Jackson. Keep her covered.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Our ideas of beauty aren't quite the same. You like one type of girl, and I like Gladys's type. Say, that's what makes horse races.
She could run on any track in the country.
Don't be catty. Say, Phil, how about playing a band number before I get sick of Gladys myself? What do you say?
Okay. I'm back with my own boys this week, and we're going to play in the old Harris manner. You know, good and loud.
You mean loudly?
That's it, loudly.
You can even change that a little. Go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to thank you for that lovely toupee you gave me for Christmas.
Well, why aren't you wearing it?
It's not cold enough. Goodbye.
You ought to see his head, folks. What a spot for the Ice Follies. Play, Phil. That was You Walk By, played by Phil Harris and his Loudly Orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the last program of the current year, for the feature attraction of the evening, we are going to present the 1940 version of our annual New Year's fantasy entitled Father Time Rides Again. Now, in this whimsical drama, I will play the part of Old Man 1940. And Mary...
Yeah?
You will be Mrs. 1940, my loving, loyal wife. And we have 12 children. January, February, March, April...
May, June, and Herman.
That's July, and so on. Now, the scene of our play is the home of Mr. and Mrs. 1940, who live in a great big house called the Earth. It is almost...
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
You know, I read this play 4 times, and I still can't understand it.
Well, you see, Dennis, this drama is... explain it to him, Phil.
Okay. You see, Dennis, this drama is a sort of an allegorical fantasy which symbolizes the old year and the subsequent tradition. Transition.
Oh, I get it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Listen, Jackson, the next time you give me a line like that, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Phil, you know you loved it. And now for our play. The scene, a great big house called the Earth. The time, almost midnight of December 31st, when Mr. and Mrs. 1940's lease is about to expire. Curtain. Music. Oh, Mariah. Mariah.
What do you want, Pa?
Better hurry up with that packing. Landlord said we got to get out by midnight to make room for the new tenant.
The new tenant? Who's he?
Oh, some little nudist by the name of 41. He don't know what he's getting into, does he?
Nope. Things around here sure have been a mess.
You said it. But of that, Mariah, we ain't so bad off in this side of the house. We got 48 rooms that's in pretty good condition. Yes, sir.
Say, Pa, turn on the moon. I can't see what I'm packing here.
Okay. Hey, Moon!
What do you want, you old fossil?
I want some light down here and quit winking at my wife.
Okay. Say, you want some milk, too?
Milk?
Yeah, a cow just jumped over me. Boy, that's a Lulu.
Well, I'll be darned.
Quit gabbing, Pa. We ain't got much time.
That's right. There's them shooting stars. They're having a feud again.
Doggone it, Pa. Even with all our troubles, I kind of hate to leave here.
So do I. Yes, sir.
Darn those flies. They're all over the house. Shoo, shoo.
Leave them alone, Ma. We need them. Well, 5 minutes to 12. We better start rounding up the kids.
Wonder who that can be.
I'll go over and see. I dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair. Boy, am I hep to the jive. Well, well, look who's here.
Who is it, Pa?
It's Venus from across the Milky Way.
Hello, kid.
Well, what are you doing here?
I heard you were leaving tonight, so I thought I'd drop over and say goodbye.
Mighty sweet of you. Say, Venus, you put on a little weight, didn't you?
Yeah, especially around the equator.
Yet and so I can't tell you from the Big Dipper. Well, thanks for dropping in, Venus. Been a pleasure knowing you.
Same here. Goodbye, kid.
Goodbye. Well, Ma, it's almost midnight. So put on that silly hat of yours and let's get going.
Okay, Pa.
There's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
I suppose so.
Say, Pa, look out the window. There's a dark cloud.
Oh, yes. Are you going to rain, Cloud?
No, just passing by.
Darn that Cloud, it's wearing my wristwatch again. Oh, well. Time's a fleeting. But we can't leave until that little rascal gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well. Hello, young feller. Are you the little New Year?
I ain't Baby Sandy.
Well, well, my boy. Come right in. Well, this is it, young man. Tell me what you think of your new home.
Boy, what a dump. This house could sure stand a lot of fixing up.
I know it, son. A lot of things wrong. That darn Mars has been acting up all year. Of course, he hasn't bothered us in this wing so much. Everything's okay from the Hudson Bay window in the attic clear down to the basement. But come over here, son. I want to show you something. See that other wing of the house right across that big swimming pool?
Yes, sir.
Those rooms are in the gall-darndest condition you ever seen. Holes in the furniture, walls torn down. Tell you, son, it's lucky we got that swimming pool. Yep.
Well, gee, who's causing all the trouble over there?
Oh, a couple of hoodlums. One of them is getting pretty sick of it, I understand. A bulldog's been nipping at him. Son, you got a tough job ahead of you.
But everything's all right here, eh, mister?
Yep, everything's fine. You got the same caretaker that was here for the last 8 years. You ought to get to know him.
What's his name?
Just call him Franklin. Nice fella.
For heaven's sake, let's get going.
Just a second more. Now, there's just one more thing, son.
What's that?
Well, after I leave, if you see another fella puttering around that looks as old and decrepit as I am, don't throw him out. It ain't another Father Time. It's just Fred Allen. He's been kicking around here for years.
Oh, sourpuss, eh?
That's him.
Come on, Pa, you're talking too much.
I'm coming, Ma. Round up the kids and we'll be on our way. Well, good luck, son. Watch your step.
Thanks, old-timer.
You're welcome. Happy New Year, young fella.
Happy New Year.
Come on, let's go. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the radio critics, writers, and columnists of America for the honors bestowed upon my program, members of my cast, and myself in the recent poll conducted by Radio Daily. I also want to thank our listeners as well as my authors, Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne. We all wish you listeners a very happy New Year. Good night, folks.